Hello, Mantiga. How are you doing? Ashwin. Hello. Venus. What's up, guys? Yes. Привет, привет. Добрый день, Иванов. Hello, everybody. Mantiga, you're kidding, I guess, right? I'm not look, not talk, and not live in America and as American. Queen d4, queen c3. Queen d4. Oof. Knight f6 or what? 4. d4 or if I'm not in mood to solve today. Take d4. Yeah, I'm just a little bit warm up before switch to Alekhine. Ardan Canileo, thank you for subscription. Appreciate. Welcome. Yeah, today is the 31st October, um, and Alexander Alekhine was born at 31st October, so I decided to stream today and dedicate more games. And I will show you games from the book of Alexander Kotov about uh, Alexander Alekhine legacy, the worldwide famous book. I'm from planet of predators, right? Hello, I know English. How are you doing? So let me understand what d4 or bishop e3. What is the point here? Looks like bishop e3. I don't know. I will play it. d3. Is it mate? No mate. The pawn. Unfortunately, block our rook. So what to do here? Queen h5, then rook d8. h3. Not sure. Not sure how to win here. Ah, queen h5, rook d8, then rook d3 I have actually. That's the win. Win this queen. d6. Maybe check. Okay, I will take. Then we will think. Check, I guess. Or first check. Which one is strongest? This also looks tempting. Or this one. G5, king G6. Not so clear. Queen H3, maybe forcing G8 and the knight G5. Because Queen H3, king G6, I guess it's simply bad. First of all, we can check, check. Yeah, I think Queen H3. Queen H5, just take this queen. C2. What is this? Check. If king A1, this is mate. Just take everything. Hello, Brahim. How are you doing? You take, he takes. So what to do? D5, D4? Okay, we have to take this guy and play D5, I guess. And now queen B4 or what? H6, queen E5, knight D7 also looks very tempting. Queen B4, I'm not sure for some reason. He plays bishop B3, D4, then A3. I guess it's H6. And, okay, so the queen E5 he just took and give me bishop immediately. Right, knight C4. Can I take? Check queen E2. Okay, let's take it. Knight e2 is a bet because he takes. Queen e3, I don't want, he takes rook g8. Bishop e2, we give this pawn, so logically queen e2 left. Now queen f3. No, why queen f3? Just exchange this way. Yeah, that was fat, 8 points. Queen e2. Let's queen f2, what we do? This doesn't work. Rook d2, simply. Queen d2, knight d2, a3, we'll stop it. After rook d2, I guess he will give me check. Here I will take it, queen f3, and just winning position. Right. G6. So rook d1 is bad because of check first. So we have this check and ag. Ag, quite dubious. Maybe queen is 3 first. But queen 3 he plays queen f2. Then queen f2, king f2. Rook d1, then check again. Queen e3 is just bad move. Rook d1 is bad. So logical ag left. Queen g6, rook g7. I guess. I don't know. Looks like. Let's take it. Take this guy. 0 point. Perfect. King 3. After h5 he will bring this bishop here, so maybe knight e2, and if he goes, I go with check here. Here's knight e2, controlling this square. Okay, he just give me bishop, and d5, rook d5, queen c4, rook d8. Rook d8 is not convincing much. ed, I guess. ed, then knight e5, queen c3, king f2, or what? Anyway, it is we have play. Knight e5, queen c3, king f2, and then what? Ah, but here is also, I forget about this rook. What I'm thinking about. Just take it. Just go. It was just stupid. a4, c3, he plays rook d1, so maybe first check. Ah, check then. If we check king g2 c3, he will go rook d8, rook c8, which is not convincing. So c3, if we go same, then we have c2 move, and then ba, so it's definitely c3. This and c2. And we take, and one of the pawn will promote. Rook d2 is bad because of king e3, I guess it's a3, a2. Promote here. 1 point, perfect. Queen f2 and f8. This is very easy. Let's take. Let's make 2800 and finish. E6. Rook f6. He takes. Hello, Chekhov. How are you doing? Bishop h6, knight e8. 6. So what we do here? Rook f6, bishop f6. Algoman, hello. Yeah, funny. Grendel. 1 second. Let me. Okay, I don't want to make mistake now before we switch to Alekhine. Let's not make mistake. Rook f6, a b, queen h3, queen. Okay, looks like totally winning. I don't know. Rook f6 is winning. What about bishop f6, knight f6, rook f6, a b? Does not looks like super convincing for me. Rook f6 looks much more stronger. Okay, I don't know. I will play it. 4 points more. G. What about queen d4 check, bishop e3, queen e3, and bishop c5? Then rook d1 check, and knight d5 I have. No, I don't have queen c5. 1 second. Take, take, queen e3 take, bishop c5, rook d1 check. If I go, then rook d4. If knight d5, queen c5, cd. So this doesn't work. So where is mistake? Where is mistake? Where is mistake? That's the question. Michael or Michael, hello. Or maybe Michelle, depends from which country you are. In America or England, you will be Michael. In Russia, you will be Mikhail. In, let's say, French, you'll be Michel. Michel. In Italy, you'll be Michele. From which country you are? I bet you are Michael. Michael the Shadow. Michael. Michael the Shadow doesn't sound. Michelle the Shadow doesn't sound. So you're Michael. So you're British or American probably. Michael. So simply taking queen c4. What I'm thinking about here so much. So stupid. You're from Italy. Michele, then you're Michele. Michele. Buongiorno. Buongiorno Michele. Knight g3, knight g3, bishop g3, and then we bring this queen here. How is situation by the way with Corona? I remember around half year back it was a critical situation. Very bad situation. So I hope it's much better now. Okay, I don't know. I will give check. Ah, he take on h2, so he give me everything what he had. Such a such a rich person. So queen h2, just take here, I guess. Or what? Buongiorno. Menir, hello. Vegas Slim, how are you doing? I don't, I don't, I don't see what's the problem to take knight d2. Maybe it's not super convincing. Maybe something better like check, king f1, and what? And what we have then? Nothing. What the hell is this? Just take, and I hope that it will over. Let's pray after that, or what? Take, then maybe knight h4. I don't know. Or maybe rook d2. Ah, rook d2. Maybe strong to attack this bishop actually. Sick. I feel like I will make mistake now. Yeah, nice to hear this, Michele. I hope not second wave. For example, in Georgia we have second wave now. Rook d2, bishop g6. In my neighborhood, somebody passed away because of that. Also, one person which I know, he also infected. Again increasing. Okay, that's sad. So what to do here? I mean, rook d2 or knight d2. God knows what to play. Sick. I don't want to make mistake in the last example. Come on, I mean, don't do it to me. Look at this. It could be the last now before we switch to Alekhine, and it makes me now mistake, right? Queen h2, king f1. I don't understand why I need this check because knight h4 he played queen g3. Ah, then check on take on a1 maybe. 1 second. Queen h2 takes knight h4, and if he plays knight f4, where is mate? I don't see bishop h3. This is too much calculations, unnecessary probably. Yeah, minus 30 I will get now if I will make mistakes. So let's solve this one. Queen h2 or knight d2 or rook d2? Which one? I absolutely don't have any idea. Rook d2 I don't like because bishop g6 all suddenly he has. And then he take also this is weak. I don't know. Rook d2 does not seem anymore good for me. Knight d2, d. Then what to do? Ah, and then knight e5 maybe. Ef check, rook f7, bishop e4 only move. Okay, I have exchange. I mean, come on, knight d2. Yes, and only 1 point. Pitch. Such a it was such a huge chance to make mistake here and gave me only 1 point. Rook f7. That was nasty +1. What is this? And was not super clear, right? Rook f7 because I had choice 3 moves there, which when you have usually choice in the game you make mistake often. Okay, we have to take this rook. What to think? Rook f7, bishop f7, king f7. He wants to give me check and take this knight here. This is his idea. So maybe check first on c5, because rook f2 we simply go and rook will disappear. And after king h1 we just take everything and no more check on f2. I guess this is the solution. First check, tricky check here, and then we take 9 points. For this he give me 9, and for previous he give me 1. Perfect. Okay, enough for this. Yes, uh, today I decided to dedicate this stream to Alexander Alekhine. I already made it 2 days in a row, and this will be number 3 day. And um, he was born in 31st October in 1892. So today is 128 years since he was born. He passed away in 1946. So yes, I decided to find Alexander Kotov's book about Alexander Alekhine legacy, and he starting it, of course, with a biography about Alekhine, about his family. He was born in quite rich family. Uh, he had also uh, older brother Alexei. He was, I think, 4 years older. He was born maybe in 1888, like Kavablanca. And uh, what I want to say, and also sister Barbara. He had, yes, he learned chess when he was 7 years old. Also, Kotov says that he had for some few years he stopped to play chess because he had some high, very hard illness, but not exactly sure which one, because it never goes out of family. Um, Vienna concert, Ham James. I figured out where we are both in 80. Okay, we are both old. You want to say? Paul Mazzolini. Hello. Yeah, and also Kotov says a few words about his family, that uh, their mother did not spend much time with kids. She was always traveling. Also, she takes a lot of narcotics, and I think in 1913, she passed away being in another country. I don't exactly remember now which, but due of intoxication of narcotics, I guess. Hello, the Whistler. How are you doing? Young by heart, yeah. Yes, and father was a big gambler. Big gambler. He also liked to drink alcohol. And by legend, maybe he lost in one of the casino million rubles. In that time, it's, I don't know, it will be a huge amount of money now. And from very youth time, Alexander and his brother Alexei, who later passed away because of alcoholism, he was also like to drink much alcohol through whole his life. He had this bad habit, unfortunately, probably because of very tough, hard childhood. Despite that, the family was rich, and uh, the education was given him by his grandmother. And from early years, he knew perfectly French language and German language on very high level, same as Russian. And yeah, so who is interested, you can find, of course, the information in Google and in some books. So we will not dig more about that. In previous streams, I also said a few words about. Already told a few words about Alexander Lukin, and I wanted today start with a game from Baden-Baden tournament 1925, a famous game against Richard Reti. And when Alekhine been asked which combination he thinks one of his best, he mentioned this game. So I wanted first start with this game, and then we will switch to another games. Ringobu, hello, welcome, guys. So Alekhine is black. You see the board, right? Let me see. Yes, you see the Richard Reti, Alexander Alekhine, right? Thank you for following. Bravo. So let's go to the game. Uh, G3 was played by Reti. We know that his system is called under his name. It's T5, G3, let's say Bishop G2, and he often goes to double fianchetto, sometimes like that. And he was bringing in some games Rook C1, Rook C2, Queen A1 with battery on long diagonal. John Twitch, hello, I'm doing perfect. How are you doing? You never miss my streams, yeah? You like you have some notification or alarm probably or some red alarm in your house. Once I go to stream, it instantly shows or screams with red color, yeah? Dude. Yeah, so in this game, Reddy played G3. Yeah, he sometimes was playing. Yeah, stream alert. Reddy was like to play like this to to put pressure in the opponent's center with pieces. So e5 was played by Alekhine, and funny is that instead of bishop g2, now he played knight f3. And if we look, this is like reversed Alekhine system. If pawn will be on g2 and black, and we change colors, it's a Alekhine system. It was funny that Red decided to play Alekhine reversed against Alekhine. Let's see what happened after this. Um, d5 logical continuation, supporting this pawn against bishop g2 and open this diagonal. D3 immediately ready blows up the center. ED by Alekhine, and he takes with queen. CD was also possible, of course, but we will skip this opening nuances. It's not so important for us so far. Bishop g2, logical. Bishop b4 he played. Check here with the idea to provocate c3 move, and after that this d3 uh, square will be weak once they will play e4 in future. That's why he played bishop b4 check, but Reti played bishop d2, knight d2, castle, and c4 strong move by Reti. Immediately he is trying to open a diagonal for this bishop. Knight a6 played by Alekhine. Probably he declined to play c5 in this position, due of, I guess, knight b3, and these two pawns are under attack. For example, d4 not possible, we take, and there is no check here. Thank you, Shogi, for following. Yeah, be words. Don't say. Yes. How are you doing? Yes. So, and in case of DC, probably queen d8, rook d8, knight c5 also does not look tempting for black. This is attacked, this attacked, we see. So this is kind of like bad catalog for black here. That's why I look him developed piece on a6. Ready takes on d5. Tom Gan, how are you? RPCS, how are you doing, guys? Yes, Luches, thank you. Thank you for remind. Welcome. I don't know openings, but I know the classical masterpieces. Very nice. Knight b4 played by, I don't think he wants to take on d5 with this knight. That's why he played knight a6 in this position. Queen c4 was played by Reti. Knight b4 d5. Knight to b3. Connecting knights, opening this file for rook, and also not allow c5 so easily. Probably this was the idea. c6 Alekhine supports knight, also reduces this pressure over this diagonal, opens this uh, diagonal for queen. Castle, rook e8 was played. I am from Georgia, Republic Georgia. Rook ft1 was played. Take eye on this queen. Probably Reti wanted to bring this rook here. Bishop g4. Not allow some e4 ideas. Connecting rooks and very unpleasant pin here. Ah, okay, sure. Kasagi sure. Uh, Rook d2 was played. Queen c8. The question is why Reti did not play h3 here. Probably he did not want to weaken his king side, but would be interesting to play like this because after rook d2, Alekhine managed to control this diagonal now. It sometimes creates these threats. And knight c5 was played by Reti, probably with idea to play e4 here. And bishop h3. This bishop is very strong, supporting e4 and also defending king. That's why it's good to exchange. Alekhine was, of course, offering pawn sacrifice, but it leads to very unpleasant ideas after knight g4. This is under attack. Unfortunately, his career was during World War. Yeah, during World War I and World War II. Both he faced. But when World War II has started, he already was world champion. He became 1927 and uh, he was leading in Mannheim tournament in 1940. Yesterday I showed, and during the tournament when he was leading 9.5 out of 11, outbreak of World War I started. Chessinators, hello. It was great. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate. I just don't have any notifications of that. I'm sorry if I miss. Welcome all people. Today we have dedicated stream to anniversary of great Alexander Alekhine. He would be 128 today. He was born in 31st October. So I decided to stream again about Alekhine. Thank you, Chessinators. What is your name, Chessinator? Today Alexander Grishik's birthday, yes? Oh, I forget about that. Yeah, let's congratulate everybody, Alexander. So he became 37 years old, right? Thank you, Chessinator. And we see that this pawn is under attack, so knight f3 would be the only move here. But knight e3 we should consider fe, and then rook e3 here. Sorry, knight e3 here. We attack the queen, also mate is the idea, and after check, king h4, knight h4 here. King f7, because if we take, then knight g5 is a fork. And actually, this would lead to catastrophe, as we see. Rook f8, and then what to do here? If queen goes, we give mate in f1. Go, chess, go. You are no Wittenberg. Are you 1 second? Are you from Sweden? Maybe from Sweden. So already after bishop h3, he decided to keep this bishop on the board. Yeah, Alekhine chasing, and after they repeated one more time, Reti decided to play bishop h1. So we see that maybe Alekhine was ready to play draw actually in this game, and Reti decided to continue. Yeah, and if he played bishop g2, we would not see this beautiful combination. So thanks to Reti. And h5, strong move here. And we see that in this position, bishop is much worse than on g2. Yeah, he never supports h3. Also, king doesn't have the square. So after Alekhine psychologically pushed red to play bishop h1. It was the only way to continue the win. Play for win. He plays h5 now. With a direct attack to the king. b4 played by Reti. What about e4 here, guys? Attacking this knight. Probably he wanted to play knight b6 here, and then h4. That's why Reti played b4, but sounds a little bit dubious. a6 by Alekhine here. Rook c1, h4. Maybe because he repeated because he was checking what Alekhine wants. Tomke, I will be visiting Batumi, Georgia next year, Baadur, as part of my vacation. Ah, only Batumi. Cool. Next year, yeah. It also depends the pandemic situation, of course, right? Uh, Alekhine is my favorite champion. Who is your favorite world champion? Yes, mine too. Okay, so h4 was played. Uh, a4 by Reti. It's like he says, like, I don't care what you do. I'm attacking on queen side, but we will see what happens. AG, queen c7, tricky move, connecting rooks, and also have idea behind this. b5, AB. Okay, who knows this position? Don't say anything. What do you think? Uh, what what was Alekhine's ideas here? Hello, Juho or Yuho. I don't know. Juho probably. How are you doing? Hello. Altar. Carlsen plays like in jeans. Yeah, rook e3, beautiful. Look at this move. Rook doesn't take anything, just gives sacrifice itself. And this rook will remain here for 6 more moves. Can you imagine? And this is beginning of attack here. Thank you for following. Yeah, rook e3 is a beautiful move. And thank you guys for follow. How are you doing? Doing good. Thank you. Making incremental progress with chat. I feel it's good feeling. Yeah, nice. Thank you guys. Thank you for follow. Yeah, so this was very complicated position after rook e3, but one thing is clear that we cannot take two of check here. Bishop g2, then knight e3 attacking queen, and also king mate on g2 here. Dirk, hello, how are you doing? Hello, hello, welcome guys. Thank you for following. Chess Lions, how are you doing, Chess Lions? What was it your rate? Thank you. Appreciate. Welcome everybody. We are watching for famous game Richard Reti and Alexander Alekhine, and today is the anniversary of Alexander Alekhine. Kako si Baadur? Dobro. Kako sam? Nicholas starts reading with a party of 81. Thank you very much. Nicholas. Okay. Appreciate, Nicola. Welcome, people. And in this position, Reti played knight f3, and maybe a king h2 was one of the best move here. Try to protect the square, and would be very difficult position to assist, and so on. Chess Lions, for what you are sorry? Yeah, I just don't see from who it was. I just don't have this alert. Thank you. So knight f3 was played by Reti. He's off this rook from g3 square, and Alekhine plays cd here. Queen b5 and knight c3. Maybe in this position better was not to take, but the question is what to play. For example, queen d4 to control this square. Black has maybe even rook a4 move here. Knight f4 then check. I'm not sure. Rook d1 and this hangs. Maybe rook e4 would be the move. Knight e4 check. Rook d1. And then what's going on here? Queen c2, knight f6, knight f6, and pawn up for black. So Reti decided to play with equal material, but he gives this square for the knight. And he played queen b7 because after queen c4, b5 would be the move. Kick away this queen and then take here. That's why he played queen b7, because queen b2 probably leads to rook a2 move here. Attacking here, knight e2 is coming. So he played queen b7, and what happened here? Queen b7. And not a knight e2 here, because rook e2, this hangs. So queen b7, and now not knight b7 because rook e2, but rook e3, and most probably this would be a draw. Because if we exchange everything and we'll keep rook and bishop or rook and knight on the one flank versus queen and two pawns, it will be draw by fortress in the end. That's why Alekhine avoids this. And after queen b7, he exchange queen b7 first, knight b7, and give check on e2. King h2 by Reti, because if king f1, there would be very unpleasant check here. And after fg, take here, attacking bishop, and after take, rook f3, king g2 to protect, but rook a3 here. Maybe even rook g3 is possible here, actually. Check and take. Also seems to be winning position. But after knight e2, he played king h2. And what happened here? What do you think, guys? Give you 2 minutes. No problem, chess lions. What played Alekhine in this position? From first sight, it seems like it will be draw because two pawns versus two pawns on the same flank. Rook has to retreat, and then we'll connect pieces and defend position. But in real, it's not so easy. Thank you for following. Welcome. Rook b3, rook b3 here. If rook b3, I just take on e2, and then what you want? Beer Bully, how are you doing? He played number 26, it was when he played rook e3, and now is number 31st. So 5 moves. In total, it will be 6. The Whistler rook a6 with some mate ideas. But you cannot calculate like that in such positions with some. You need to calculate precisely. First of all, he will take. There is not clear. Yeah, not working. So knight e4. This was a brilliant move here. Okay, after rook f3, he would play rook e2, and maximum what black would have is pawn here. But it will be draw. White will defend this position. And knight c1 leads to fe. Also not so clear. But knight e4, look at this. This rook is hangs, this rook is hangs, but we don't move the rook and don't take this rook. We just put more oil in the fire. Look at this. Everything is hanging. This rook hangs, this hangs, this hangs. Probably Red's brain was blow up here after knight e4. What to do? And again, f is not possible to take because knight d2. Already five moves he could not take. And this attacked and this attacked. So after knight d2, knight c1 is a winning endgame. These pawns are weak, so there will not be any fortress. Yeah, knight d4 was cool move. And Reddy played rook c4 in this position. And look at this counter move. Reddy also plays quite sharp. And knight f2, strong move by Alekhine. Not knight d2 because of knight d2 here. This under attack and this under attack. You see, everything is hanging. If bishop e6 we take, then bishop c4 we take it with knight here. It's not clear. And in case of bishop f3, it would be rook e4, brilliant move here. Look at this motive. If rook e4, then bishop f3. Attacking rook, attacking the knight. In case of bishop e4, we take fe, and this bishop protects this knight, and maximum what black can do, take with some advantage in the game, but this is not for what this game is beautiful, right? He plays knight f2, and no more attack on e3. Also, this knight protects here. This is attacked. Knight is far away. Look at this beautiful, yeah, beautiful position. Bishop g2 only move, and bishop e6 strong move, attacking rook, and also frees the square for knight. Very unpleasant check is coming here. And he played only move rook cc2 here, uh, because the threat was knight g4 and the rook a1. So he connects rooks, also attack this knight. So check was played. King h3, this was his idea. If king h1, then rook a1. And after knight e5, king h2. So when he played this, he wanted that this knight will be attack here. But yeah, also king h4 was losing immediately after rook a4 check, and then will be quick mate here. So only move. And Alekhine take with rook here. This was his idea. So bishop f3 not possible because of fork, and we take the knight, the rook, and we'll have piece up. So only move after rook f3 is rook e2. The strategy of white that this knight is very far from. It's like black is attacking with extra piece on the king side. So he played check, using that king cannot go on first rank because rook a1 with quick mate or just collapse. So king h3 is only move. And he give check on e3 here. King h2, and he take on c2. In case of rook c2, we simply go somewhere and just have an exchange up and also pawn, completely winning. So only move is bishop f3, and after that he plays knight d4 fork, and white resign here because this attack only move f2. We just take bishop d5 in the end, and this attacked, and this bishop also controls the square. Rook cannot support knight, so this was a beautiful victory of Alekhine. Yeah, this is cool game. Okay, let me back to the beginning of this book, and let's go chronologically. Probably every game is it's very nice, so you can watch. Let me choose some game. Yeah, very hermoso game. Yeah. Grazie, Michele. Okay, let me choose something. Pillsbury, yeah, Pillsbury was very cool. By the way, Alekhine, when he was very young, uh, in the beginning of 19th, in the beginning of 20th century, uh, he he watched when Pillsbury visited Moscow. He watched his blindfold simultaneous blindfold on 22 boards, and he was a young kid, like maybe how old is he? He was maybe 12 years old or something like that, or 13, and he was very impressed by that. It also was pushed him to work on chess more when he was kid. Even early years show that he was analytical, very strong in analytics from childhood. Okay, why not? Let's see this game. So we know that in 1935 he lost a world title to Ave, Max Ave, the Dutch world champion. But 2 years later, in 1937, he also beat Ave in match revenge. So let's see one game from that. It was the 21st game from match revenge in Holland, 1937. Let me put it. If I remember well, in Latin, Max Ave is written like this with W, right? Like this. I'm not sure, but John Twitch, if you are here, maybe you can tell me. Ave, yes. Thank you. So match revenge, Holland, 1937 and 21st. So 21st, right? 21st game. Maybe you don't see so much. I'll probably I will probably just make it like this way. Just match. Maybe now you see. All right, let's go. Ava is white, so d4 was played. Knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3. Jigsaw does. Hello, wait for me. All good. Okay. Hi Baadur, I missed you in the monthly classical on liches. Damn. Yeah. Fun Binegold. What? Fun Binegold. Ah. It's like Van Finigold, yeah? You hate him a lot. You want to say Van Finigold, right? Understand? You are ready. 1 second. And after knight f6, c4, knight f3, b6 played by Alekhine, the Queen's Indian classic continuation, g3. Yesterday we saw one of the game of Alekhine when he was white, the same system, and it was Bogolubov, I guess, virtual game. When Bogolubov played c5, then he takes dc, if you remember, then castle, knight c3, and then he crushed him. But bishop b4 this time. Another main line is bishop e7. I also played bishop b4 a few times. Bishop d2 and bishop e7 played by Alekhine. So probably the idea that black with this check provocated bishop d2 and it covers this queen to control this file, and d5 is not supported anymore. Monthly classical, not as intense as Title Tuesday, maybe. So knight c3 was played, but this is actually quite dubious, I guess, this continuation. Master Chess Doho, thank you for subscription, man. Appreciate. Welcome. Because we know by Karpov games, thank you for following. That imagine just for fun now. This was positioned in the game, in current game. And the funny thing that imagine that you play bishop e7 here, castle, castle, knight c3, knight e4 is the main move to avoid d5 to exchange this knight, right? And here, bishop d2 was implemented by Anatoly Karpov. So imagine that he would play bishop d2 and he has one more tempo in the same position. So definitely bishop b4, bishop e7 connected with this line is not good for black. It cannot be good because Karpov was playing this with less tempo. So but only later years it was known. So d5 played by Ave now. Logical continuation. He could, I think. No, 1 second. No, it was like this. Should be two. This, 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 and now he played d5. Rook c1. He also could play. Prepare, just with extra tempo to compare to Karpov idea. So d5 he immediately played. Knight d2, queen d2, and bishop f6 by Alekhine. Rook d1. So as we understood, this idea probably Karpov actually maybe not created because he just knew this game probably between Alekhine, Ave, and also other games, and he just found this idea in these games and just probably thought why not possible to do it even with less tempo. So nothing new as we see. So it's hard to call it Karpov idea because it already was used before. Rook d1 was played. d6 by Alekhine. We see that white gave this strong bishop, but controls the center. Also close this diagonal for bishop. Knight cannot develop. So after d6, light squares became weak. So opening advantage on the white side here. d6. And now, for some reason, Ave take d, and he gives away a part of initiative. And probably knight d4 was a really good move, because if you give bishop d4, queen d4, it will be white will have just advantage after e5, queen d2, just space advantage because this bishop is bad. Probably we need to play something like knight d7, but then we can play e4, f4, and play long game with advantage. And in case of e5, maybe knight c6 actually is possible here. And black's position are really bad because this knight is very active here. If we take knight 6 d6, then this knight will come here. Also b5, b4 it will protect it. And queen d7 maybe he should play, but we have to consider some moves like knight e4 here with a knight f6 in this position. But okay, he take de, fe, and played knight d4 here. Bishop g2 obviously because we cannot protect this pawn, and bishop same time with queen c8 because we change and take this pawn. So bishop g2. Now he forced to play king g2 because unfortunately for a he could not take here. A duel of queen c8 attacking the knight, and if we take bishop f1 here, and this knight is trapped. Ah, 1 second. But what about queen d5 check here? I just give this variation, but I just realized that it's check. Maybe bishop b7 is why it's a good move here. And then we eliminate this knight anyway. But knight h7, king h7, the knight d5. Not clear. 1 second. What is better for black? After 96. Maybe some better option. I'm curious. Queen d7 is just bad, right? It's tempo. How to play here? It looks very tempting because queen e8 and knight c7. I don't know why queen e7 better than queen c8, so I guess this is queen e8 and knight c7. We're attacking here and here. It's not convincing. Maybe it's simply bad. Queen c6 I will take here. Then you take, I guess. But sounds quite dubious because well, maybe it's still playable. Okay, I don't know. Queen c8, this was possible maybe. I'm not sure. But Ava played king g2 here. Queen c8 played by Alekhine. He defends this pawn, and in future you have this check here. Queen e3. So this was Ava's idea to attack here and force this bishop d4 here. Also, queen f3 would be very unpleasant after rook e8. Queen f3 moves and penetrate on this 6-6 square or knight e4 here. So Alekhine decides wisely to eliminate this very active knight. Rook takes on d4 and knight c6, attacking the rook. Rook e4. Probably when Ava was playing ds, he already imagined this position, and maybe he saw that he has very nice chances here. Rook f6, protecting the pawn. f4, queen d7 to have rook f8 ideas, and g4. This was Ava's idea to immediately smash black's position with g5. This then h4, h5 if in case of rook g6. But and this was actually wrong because now king will become weak. The king's camp. Knight c6 only put rook on a more active square. Yeah, but we same time we develop, and this rook will be under in future under the threat of d5. So we'll see what happens. And also, central is not so stabilized or closed that you can play so actively from with the march of the king side pawns here, where is the king. Must be always careful. And now Alekhine will have initiative. So rook f8, double rooks, g5, and rook f5 played here. h4 played by Ava. Probably rook e6 was not good to way of knight e5, I guess. And this rook doesn't have any square. And f is not possible. Also, this is a rook e5 d, obviously not enough compensation for exchange. That's why Ava played h4, but something is already very wrong here. He weakens too much and he's not doesn't have any attack. Very strange because Ava was very strong player. I don't know why he was playing like that. Queen f7, triple the pressure. The question is why not d5 actually? He will play it later after two moves. 1 second. What about d5 directly here? Let me understand. Rook e6. Maybe rook e6 here now because knight e5 doesn't work. d4 will fall to queen e4, attacking this knight. Maybe that's why he did not want to play it. Looks like. Okay, so he played queen f7 in this position. Rook f3 was played to avoid some pins. King h8 and queen d3 by Ava. And finally in this position he played d5 with the old classical rule that when opponent plays on the side you will have to strike in the center, and same time king is far away from the safe place. So rook e6 he played, with idea after queen e6 takes cd and dc. But knight b4 by Alekhine here. Queen goes to e3, then knight c2, attacking the queen. So white's position are really bad. He had to give exchange, and after queen e6, queen c2 is bad. Yeah, we just take this pawn, or even d4, or even rook f4, by the way. And he played cd here. So queen attacked and knight attack, but simply queen f7, attacking here. And after queen c2, rook f2, rook f4. We see that position is very, very bad. Why black has better position and also material advantage. So queen d3 was played by Ave to support this rook. Queen h5, attacking this pawn. Rook f4, rook f4. Everything is hangs. Queen h3, then check on g4. Sorry, this is just mate. Give check, king f2 and h6, and here white resign. So this was quite weak game by Ave. Maybe he was disappointed that after this maneuver of d, knight d4, rook d4, his rook e4, he thought maybe he will force some e5 move or something, but Alekhine defended very well, and he probably was disappointed of his play. That's why he played so, you know, too aggressive on the king side. Yeah, for example, white cannot take here, yeah, because of check. Queen f3 leads to rook f4 check, not check, it's a pin. If king e3, there will be rook e4, then we take. And in case of king e1, there will be check, and then we take here. That's why Ave resign. Okay, let's see another game. This game was not complicated to understand, yeah. Mekonen, hello, how are you doing today? Thank you for following, guys. Great streams, Baadur. One question, what website offers annotated? What website offers annotated classical and modern games in PGM format? No idea, because I'm not using website for that. So when you Google this question, you could not find anything, right? Grendel 2013 is pronounced differently in Dutch. Anyway, sounds like Uwe in German, I think. Maybe. For Russians, it's Eve. So I used to call him like that from childhood. Okay, let's see some game from Olympiad. It was played in Buenos Aires. 8th Olympiad in 1939. Alekhine is black versus Cherniak. Twitch, I will need your Google. How to write Cherniak, maybe like this. And I don't know his name, so we'll skip. Cherniak, maybe like this. And it was played in Olympiad. Olympiad. Buenos Aires, Argentina. Buenos Aires. 1939. I guess like this. Moshe Cherniak. Okay, thank you. So, thank you for following. M. And instead of H, C, Z. Cherniak. Okay. Like this. Buenos dias. All right, let's go. c4 was played, knight f6, the English variation, e5, g3, d5, the most principal continuation, cd, knight d5, bishop g2, knight b6. If we look precisely, it will be a dragon system with reverse color. So it's like white played knight b3, imagine. Knight f3, knight c6, castle, bishop e7. It's the most main line here. d3, castle, and one of the main line is a3 here to prepare b4, which leads to very complicated games. Sometimes play bishop e6, b4, then a5, knight d4, and so on. But in this game, Cherniak played bishop e3 here. f5 was played. A Sicilian ideas here to put f4. Yeah, Kotov says that this is exactly how usually plays play white play in dragon system. So this is a reverse color, so ideas are same. So he wants to play f4 and forcing white to immediately play knight f4 to have this bishop c5 move here. So f4, bishop goes to c5. In case of knight a4, we take on e7, then we take on a4 here. So bishop g4, Alekhine develops all pieces, also put pressure on this diagonal and this pawn in future. Rook was played to c1, logical continuation, support this bishop. He plays bishop d6 here. After bishop d6, he obviously wants to take this pawn here and control c5 square. Rook e1 Cherniak played, protect this for any case. Queen e7, knight d2, open this diagonal, so knight e4 is the idea, and king h8, good move. And now he's threatening knight a4, queen a4, and bishop c5. In this position it doesn't work because white had this check here, and then take this bishop and will have initiative on the queen side. That's why he played king h8. Yeah, Grendel, you're right. So what happened here? Knight e4 was played by Cherniak in this position. Sorry, this is the position. Knight e4. He takes bishop c5 because knight d6 is already unpleasant threat, and then we take on b6 in this position. So black has to be careful. He eliminates this bishop, but this knight joins to the party here, attacking b7. But Alekhine calculates this move, knight d4 here. And now Chernia played good move, knight b3, because this knight is very annoying, and knight b7 obviously would be dangerous for white because of f3 here. And if you don't take, we take on e2. If you take, there is a bishop f3 or knight f3 move even. And then these light squares are so weak here. But bishop f3, maybe even stronger. Simply take the exchange here. Obviously, Cherniak don't want to allow this. He played knight b3 here. Also exchange after f3. I'm sure he wanted to take here. And now Alekhine played c6, simple move. And here was another like 3 or 4 even, 4 directions for black here. Uh, After f3, this was first direction, knight d4, fg, white would simply go knight f3, and black not achieve anything here. This pawn is weak, knight is far, so this would be just bad. Knight e2 would be second option, rook e2, and f3 would be the bad move now. Probably even bishop e2 is better, but f3 simply rook e1, and this is a pin, and black is without material. Third option would be bishop e2, rook e2, f3, knight d4 move. And after f3, we take with knight here. Again, white with some material. And number 4 option would be knight b3 here, queen b3, then f3. He would take everything on f3. And after rook e3, it's more or less equal position. But he played c6 simply, waiting move. Maybe he wants to connect this knight here and also neutralize this pressure on this diagonal. Knight d4 was played by Cherniak. What else he can do? Okay, actually, not much things to do. He played knight d4, ed, queen d2 he played. Thank you for following. Knight d5, yeah, this was the idea. Supporting knight, and knight now controls this pawn. Rook c4 by Cherniak, attacking this pawn. Queen goes to a very nice place on e5, in the center of uh, the board, protecting this, protecting here, and wants to connect rooks now, I guess. After queen e5, b4 was played here. Again, I don't like this move actually. Maybe Cherniak should play something else here. I don't know what exactly, but I don't like this move, which weakens this square. Maybe black can even exchange this knight and put it here. So bishop, he played b4, rook d8. He played b4 to have this queen b2 attack on this pawn. This was his idea. But Alekhine simply plays knight b6 here, attacking the rook, protecting rook c5, rook d5. This was he had in mind in this position. Now the threat is knight e4, fork, rook d5, then cd, and take here. And queen e3, that's why played by Cherniak, attacking this pawn. Maybe he has idea to play after this some kind of like b5 moves here. And if we take, he takes and then take this rook here. But after queen e3, he played knight d7, protecting rook, attacking this rook. And now here white made a huge positional mistake. We see that white's hope is this knight. That's why the more or less normal move would be rook cc1 here. And it would be a very complex position, but white is okay. Probably Alekhine will play a6 or something like that. And rook d5 he played. This was a mistake because after cd, this pawn will kick out knight from very active position. Knight c5. This was Cherniak's hope here. Probably he wanted to force knight c5, bc with idea c6. Also, this is hangs. But Alekhine played f3. Yeah, white already fight it very well. They keep this knight on the board, which controls everything, supports king, close this file. So they should simply modestly play rook cc1 and keep the position, which would be more or less balanced. Probably Alekhine will play e6 with idea maybe even play h5, h4, some or just h6 and just keep pressure on the board. But here white also had some chances here, maybe knight c5 actually. This attack now f3 doesn't work because ef. Yeah. So a6, I'm not sure. Maybe, by the way, Alekhine did not play too good this game, but rook d5. Opponent was relaxed by very quiet Alekhine's play before and decided to start some actions here, and it was the wrong time. Thank you for following. Welcome. f3 was played here using this pin, and he played h3 in this position. In case of knight d7, bishop d7, we see that bishop f3 not possible ef because we take rook f3 and there is a pin. And here after bishop f1, no, it's no matter b5, king g8 doesn't change a lot. So after bishop f1, there would be h6 for any case, queen c1, and the rook e8. Not allow ef. This is very unpleasant pin here. And for example, actually, not h6, h5 is mentioned. Queen c1, rook e8, and in case of e3, he has h4 with some very unpleasant threat to exchange and then bring this rook over 6 rank to h6 and deliver the mate there. So white is a little bit passive. We see that because of this pin, bishop is out of game. That's why Cherniak played h3 here. I don't know what he blundered. Maybe he blundered f3. Hard to say. Or maybe he underestimated this idea. Fg by Alekhine, Hg, and of course we don't exchange, we play knight f6 because we need more pieces in attack. So he wants to attack this pawn, and also queen h5, another idea. White's position are really very dangerous. He played b5 with a teeny idea of the knight g4 to win the game because this is attacked, this attacked. But of course, Alekhine is not blunder this. He plays queen e7 strong move, neutralize this queen pressure here, and this is a pin, by the way. b6 is a threat already. He played queen b4 here. The question is why he did not take. This is my question. Probably because of knight g4. Queen b7 not possible because of this. How to defend this pawn? f3 we cannot move, yeah? Queen e3 will come. Probably no defense. But what changes after queen b4? Let's see. What? Ah, it's very strange. White decided to, uh, for some reason, White decided to sacrifice the knight. Probably they thought that queen e7, knight g4 is simply crushing attack here. Yes, maybe it's true. Queen b7, queen c5. This way he, for some reason, did not want to sacrifice the piece. I don't know what's going on, but looks quite dubious for White. I don't know. Queen a7 maybe was best chance anyway. So he played queen b4, and after knight d7 here, attacking this knight, he for some reason sacrificed it with queen d4. And no comments about this move. Rook c1 is bad, we see, yes, because rook c8 is double pin. This pin, this pin. What about knight a6 move here? Can we play knight a6 using this defense? Probably not. Two of queen f6 attacking here, and this is under attack. So probably it's like forced move already, queen d4. That's why I'm thinking maybe in this position, this kind of sacrifice was better. Eliminate these two pawns at least. Because queen f6, I'm not sure. I'm not sure it works. Maybe it works. f3 I play. And then queen h6. Maybe this was the reason. Mate is the idea. If we take, then mate in 2. After queen h2, here or here. Maybe Cherniak thought that queen e7 doesn't work because of this and he cannot sacrifice this knight in a good way. Yeah, this looks very, very, very bad for white. There's no defense probably. Maybe f4. Check. King g2. Here, here. This is simply mate in 1. Yeah, probably his position are really bad here. So he decided to sacrifice it like this. Knight d7. What about knight g4 anyway here? How Cherniak was going to defend this position? Maybe he wanted to take queen d4. And probably he has a better chances here. Because rook f2, queen g4. And in case of knight f2, we simply taking g2, I guess. And there is no moves, queen d6, queen d7 to penetrate on h3 square. Yeah. But unfortunately for him, knight d7 is the move here. And now he played queen d4. And knight c5 by Alekhine, good move. Queen c5 leads to more complicated for black. After queen c5, knight c5, rook c1. Rook c8 is bad because of d4. And then after knight e6, king g2, then these pawns are quite strong, f4 and so on. That's why he decided to keep the queens on the board. And after queen d5 here, he plays rook d8, attacking here. And the point that this is a pin, so there will be knight d3 idea. So Cherniak played queen d3 and he played he take with rook here because knight d3 maybe rook d1 anyway. So rook d3 tagging the queen. Ed was played, queen e1 check, king g2, and simply queen e7 back, also sub protecting here and f8 square because d4 is coming, and knight e4 here. So position is winning technically. Queen e3 with idea f3 and win this knight, but queen e8. And after f3, queen knight goes to f6 and to protect this queen. And queen e5 was played by Cherniak. Yeah, Alekhine said that it was long time ago that white should resign, but they still continue this game. So he played king g8, g5, he exchanged the queen. So what is the material? Here is a 2 versus 2, 2 versus 4. So knight for 2 pawns. It's obviously not enough compensation. Knight d5 also is a concrete problems. King is far away from the queen side, so you just eliminate one of the pawns, and then game is over. Plays this, and he eliminates this pawn, goes back here. He played b6, a5, then he give check, take care, and if he moves, he wins the game. Okay, this is not so interesting anymore. Alekhine number one, welcome. Yeah, this was a game. And let me find interesting game. Let me find something. Okay, why not? Let's see this game against Saveli Tartakover. Of course, more games. I was just choosing. We just started. So, Alekhine is white. Alekhine versus Saveli Tartakover. How to write it? This is the question. With W or with V? Tartakover. I guess like this would be. Maybe W, I'm not sure. Tartakover. Maybe it feels like W. I don't know why. usually, usually like that. London, 1932. So it means 1932 he was 40 years old. Alekhine was 40 years old here. Tartakover. Yeah, thank you, John Twitch. Let me put it a little bit like that. So you see, I guess, what I wrote. Let's go. What happened here? d4 by Alekhine. And it will be Budapest Gambit. Knight f6, c4, and Savelli played e5. We know that Savelli was very original player and also a very original commentator. He has very cool, uh, it's very nice to read his commentates all the time. Alekhine number one, please upload this one on YouTube. I think you forgot to upload the video about Karl Schlechter. It worked. Thank you, man. Alekhine number one. Yeah, I will upload. I will upload two previous streams about Alekhine and this also. Brendan Alekhine. Despreciaba estos gambitos. I forget what means despreciaba. Estos gambitos. Estos. These gambits. Alekhine like destroy or what means? Okay. Alekhine crushing these gambits maybe he wanted to say or something like that. I'm not sure. So D, the main move, of course. Knight goes to e4 in this game, and main move is knight g4, which leads to very complicated games. Knight f3, or another way. After knight f3, bishop c5, e3, bishop is closed. That's why sometimes white play bishop f4 directly here, but it leads to another uh, variations like g5, bishop g3, and bishop g7. Very very complicated. He did not like it means. Okay. So knight e4 was played by Tartakov in this game. Knight d2. We, if you remember, we once had a guest, uh, very strong grandmaster Alexander Rustemov, and he thought that he was analyzing this position by white, and he said after e3, black had some troubles here, not allowed this bishop b4. He could not find any good chances to equalize for black. But let's see what happened here. Knight d2 played by Alekhine. He wants to exchange this knight. Knight c5 here. Knight f3. Knight c6. g3 he played. Queen e7 by Tartakov. He wants to regain the material balance. Bishop g2, and he played g6 here. And now what do you think? Which position idea here Alekhine found and played here? I give you 2 minutes. Just guess what is the idea. I also don't like gambits because computer refute everything. Yeah, computer is very strong against gambits. Yeah, but in that time we know that he was using the brain, and sometimes brain is much weaker than computer, so they could not refute some gambits. What do you think? What Alekhine played here? Ah, your brain is like computer. 0 hour. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome back, Mr. Sabon. Hello. I think maybe rook b1. And what after rook b1? You want to play b4, as I understood, but he can play simply f5, for example, and stop you. So what do you do? Excuse me, guys. Thank you for following. So with this move, Tartakor shows that he wants to Fowler. Hello, how are you doing? He's oh, Kolazomai. Yeah, you found the interesting idea, but I can do it another way. He says that since Tartakor wants to put this bishop here, he will not in future he will not operate this bishop on this diagonal. Yes, so knight is not anymore needed here. So he played knight b1 here. Very interesting move. So he wants to put it on c3 and d5 and dominate in the center. And from first sight, it looks ugly and strange. But Alekhine gives such annotations. From first sight, this move is unlogical. But yeah, since black will never have these ideas over this diagonal, it's no he could not avoid to transfer this knight to the center here. Yeah, when you know such ideas, such games, you in the game immediately found this way how to develop pieces here. Knight e5, castle he played to avoid some checks here, and after knight 3 would be very unpleasant check here. So castle, uh, knight f3. But the question is, I have one question: what if he would start it with castle here, and after bishop g7, then knight b1? What was the point? Maybe just transfer, yes, because black cannot keep this bishop. So after 95, yeah, probably would be transfer, the same position. So Tartakov would take on f3 here. Knight c4 probably would be dangerous in my opinion, probably because of knight d5. Queen d6 is very dangerous because of bishop f4. Only move would be queen d8 to protect here, but he has a different ways, I guess, to have better position. Queen c2 is one option because of pin. Another bishop g5 looks very strong. And after f6, queen d4, this attacked and both knights under attack. Yeah, this would be a disaster for black, of course. Was before instead of knight b1 not leading to good play for white? Let's see. In this position, you mean b4. Can we just take it? Or even play knight e5, tricky move. After bc, you will get... Ah, you will not get mate. It's not a mate, and what I'm talking. So knight b4 here. Then what we do? Hello, NS Dinser. I don't know why it's good. We just give pawns and he'll play bishop g7, knight will go back in worst case, and this is still weak. I'm not sure. So knight b1 was played, castle was played, bishop g7 was played. No, he played first this move, ef, and he played bishop g7. Yeah, he took ef to open this for... Ah, that's why he did not play, yes. Probably knight f3 is not good move, yeah? Bishop g7 was better, in my opinion. Knight c3 and maybe c6. I'm not sure. But he also opened this very unpleasant file here. Bishop g7, rook e1, knight e6 only move here. Yeah, very, very dangerous here. Uh, Knight c3. c6 now will lead to this square weakness after bishop f4. Using that knight cannot take, and this bishop penetrates on d6. So castle looks like only move here. Because bishop c3 pc, it's just black squares are very weak here. We play bishop h6, then f4, f5 with strong attack. So Tartakova decided to keep bishop, but knight will jump on d5 now, with very unpleasantly queen d8 and f4, this position. And now he played c6 because this knight is very annoyed, but same time he weakens this square, which white will use. So probably maybe d6 was better here to play much more calm. Maybe he was afraid about this kind of ideas here. Maybe it's quite possible. Attacking this pawn, knight goes bishop g5, if c6, I guess knight e3, knight f5, yeah, could be dangerous. That's why he decided to play c6, knight goes to c3 with either knight e4, d6 was played. The lasso, dobry den. How are you? Knight, yeah, now bishop e3 was played by Alekhine in this position. Probably he didn't want to play knight e4, he understood to way of d5 here. Cds and cd, and this pawn will go to d4. So bishop e3, he first develops the pieces. He wants to play rook c1 here. Queen c7, because black cannot develop queen side. In case of bishop d7, this is hangs. So he plays queen c7, with idea bishop d7, then probably rook d8, then go back with bishop. Rook c1, with some hidden ideas like knight d5 probably. Bishop d7 was played by Tartakover. Queen d2. Knight d5 is not promising because we take knight c5, and after b4 simply play b6, I guess here. bc, and it's like Benoni, which strategically probably winning for black. Just passer, strong passer here, no any con chances. Bishop is so strong, b file will be black's. So this would be just very bad combination. That's why Alekhine simply plays queen d2 to play rook d1 and put pressure here. Daniel. Lasso. Okay. Rook d8 was played by Tartakover. Rook d1, bishop c8. From first sight, it looks like black did maximum in this position. Yes, I live in Georgia, at Tbilisi, capital. And knight e4 was played. This pawn is weak. You see? Knight c5 by Tartakor, because d5 doesn't work. Yeah, we take cd probably here. Cd not possible. If rook d5, I guess we exchange here, and position will be bad for black. We can play even knight c3, I guess. This under attack and this under attack. If you take position is simply without advantage. But maybe you should play something like this. Try to give this pawn for opposite color bishops. I'm not sure. Maybe knight d6 actually is a move, and then take here. d5 would be interesting. But in this position, he played b5. Are you kidding me or what? What is b5? Ah, no, no. 1 second. I just jumped over the moves. Knight c5 he played, sorry. This position. In position. Yeah, this I think it's bad move. d5 would be the continuation. Let's think again this position. What we have to take, right? We have to take here. And what to do now? Knight c3 I don't like anymore. Because bishop c3 and then b6 here. Fantastic. Thank you for following. Maybe knight d6, but still black has some chances here. Maybe bishop b2. I take on a7. Obviously, it's advantage for white, but maybe not super much. Play bishop g4, attacking this rook here. Rook d2 maybe, I don't know. Rook d3. Rook a8 then. This attacked. I don't know. This sounds like contraplay, a big contraplay. Maybe after bishop b2 we have to eliminate this bishop here. Then rook b1 and rook b7, I don't know. But still, even this is not clear. Yeah, first of all, d4 is here move. Where we could go with this bishop. I don't know. I would play in the game d5, I guess. So maybe Alekhine actually, I don't like this knight e4 move anymore here. Maybe it was too early to play like that. Maybe something like b4 move is good here, not allow knight c5, then b5 maybe. Weakness, queen side. Or even simply b3 here. Okay, knight e4, d5 was working, I guess. But Tartakov played knight c5, and let's see what happens here. Knight d6 strong move. Ah, Fowler, yes, maybe I missed this. Ah, yes, 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 it does work, right? This check. You're right. Bishop f3, bishop d5. Yeah, yeah, nice, nice. And now cd is a pin here. So rook d8 probably on the move, and we just go with queen somewhere on e2. Yeah, and we cannot take. Again, we pin. Yeah, bravo. So this doesn't, d5 doesn't work. Aha. d5 doesn't work. Probably Tartakov calculated that. c5 he didn't want to play with knight d4 probably because knight c3 goes back and penetrates again here. So that's why he played this, knight d6, and knight a4 he played here. And after knight a4, c5 was played. That's right. 1 second, let me go back again. I guess instead rook a d8, rook f d8 maybe was better for that reason. And in case rook d1 to put this bishop here. And always have this bishop f8 idea, because now I guess black will have really con chances here. Knight c5, knight d6. Always have this kind of move. This is under attack, but still it will be compensation. Then knight a4, like in game, is possible. But let's see what happened. He played knight a4, attacking this pawn. And after that, he played c5. This knight is very important on this square. Knight b2 was played. Bishop b2 probably bet to have rook c4 attacking here and also here. So knight b2 was played. Rook goes to e1 and b5 he played. And this looks quite logical, but it will be refuted in a very interesting way. Uh, Much stronger was to play bishop f5 here, using this pin, and also knight d3 is a threat here. And probably white would play bishop f1 here, control the square. also d square. And after that, b5 would lead to worse for black position, but uh, still was playable here. Probably Alekhine would play bishop d4 here, so knight a4, he would exchange, and the position is clearly better for white here. Black squares are weak, but instead he played b5 directly. Ah, yes, also a few words. In bishop f5, Alekhine in his selected games book recommended to play g4 here to distract bishop on g4 and bishop d4. He says with a decisive advantage for white, he annotates. But this is wrong, says Kotov here. He could play rook d6, cd, and queen d6. Use this pin, and for exchange, black would have two pawns and very active position. For example, queen b2, bishop d4, queen b7, and then queen f4 here, attacking here. Also, bishop e5 is coming. It's obviously a big compensation, and so on. That's why after bishop e5, bishop f1 would be a good move. But b5 was played, cb Alekhine played, and this is precisely and calculated precisely and far away by Alekhine. So this was the plan. Queen d6, yeah, because AB we just take on c6 with rook, protect this knight with tempo. So queen d6 was played, queen d6, rook d6, ba. a8 is a threat, so bishop b7. At the same time protects here, bishop c5, attacking rook, also this pin. Rook d6, d8 here, because he cannot protect like this. We take and then give check here, and rook b8 over a8. So only move rook d8, need to control 8 rank, but after that he eliminates rook, king f8. He plays bishop c6, attacking here, take with rook here, and position is hopeless now because bishop d4 with attacking pawn doesn't work because rook d6 here, and also this is, and he played rook a6, and after rook b6 he take and allow this mate here. This was how Alekhine win this game. Okay, let's see game against Rubinstein. Very concrete play in next game will be very concrete play by Alekhine in opening against Rubinstein. Rubinstein, we know, was a very strong player and also theoretical. It was a fight of two theoreticians. Rubinstein, Akiba. It was played in Gaga. Gaga probably it's in Russian. Is English probably it's gonna be Haga like this, right? 1921. So in 1921, he was 29 years old, right? No, 1 second. He was born in 1892. Yeah, 29, 30 years old here, Alekhine. Rubinstein, yeah. The Haga is correct, right? I guess. John Twitch. Yeah, it was Budapest in previous game. Okay, let's go. Two legendary players. D4 by Alekhine, D5, knight f3, e6, c4, And now we understand from which games Magnus Carlsen found this idea. A6. It reminds you something or not, guys? You, in recently when Magnus played a lot of times this move. So, but obviously he from childhood learned on classical games. This is obvious. And this is actually a move of Janowski. And Alekhine was thinking that this is just waste of time and also reach to weakness of the queen side. Okay, so c5 played Alekhine here. I played this move uh, also against Hismatulin Denis in Aeroflot Open in which year it was 2017 maybe, and after big fight we end up in a draw. But position is very passive. He played something like knight f6 and b6, cb, cb. It's like exchange variation. For example, look this position. It will be like exchange variation of Slav, which very bad play by black before. So let's imagine that you play Slav with black, yeah. So all suddenly your opponent takes here, plays this. You play this normal move. All suddenly you play a6, and after bishop f4, I give you moves like you play b6, e3, and then a6. What the hell is this? I mean, this is not how you have to play e6 and b6, a6. So when you see the positions assists like that, then you easily play c5. So let's see what happens in this game. 5, knight f3, 6, c4, a6. He played c5. Knight c6 by Rubinstein. He quickly understood that b6 would be not good, so knight 6 he tried to create counterplay in the center with knight 3 e5 idea. Bishop f4, he controls e5 square, so fight against this center. If white managed to develop like this and control, black will be in trouble because bishop is closed, space in the center and queen side, so knight e7, played by Rubinstein. Knight c3 and knight g6. He wants desperately wants to play e5 here. Hack, okay. In in Russia it's like Gaga. Okay, hack like this. Bishop goes to e3 here. And now white is not allowed e5 because they protect this square. And also keep bishop from exchange, of course. This bishop is very important. And Rubinstein was uh, analyzing these positions and recommended to play e3 here only. So bishop e3, strong move by according to Kotov. The problem is after e5, this is hangs, and d4 is not possible. Bishop c5 is also not possible. So that's why finally Rubinstein played b6, which he was wanted to avoid from beginning of the game. cb, cb, and h4 strong move here. And this is the only way, according to Alekhine, to control black squares. So he wants to kick away these knights and play bishop f4, e3. This is his idea. Bishop d6 was played by Rubinstein. And h5 here. Alex, hello, how are you doing? The Whistler, Stockfish says black equalizes with force e5 only move. Force e5. What do you mean? So force e5. Which moment? c5? 1, 2, 3. Here e5 is bad move because knight e5. Knight is here. If knight would be on c3, then it's possible. But knight on f3 here. So you cannot. You cannot play. After bishop 6, he never allowed e5 here. So I think you're watching some another position. So this was the position, and he played bishop d6, control the square, h5, knight e7, and h6. We see that Alekhine with tempo, very concrete play, weakness the black squares of black. So g6 and bishop g5 now. No more f6 is possible. He wants to devil castle and not e3 directly because of f6 and black is breathing okay, but bishop f6 very unpleasant. Yeah, I understand the wisdom. Bishop f6 here, block f6 move, very unpleasant pin, and it's very hard to get rid from this bishop here. Yeah, this is not this is not so natural position for queen's gambit after which number it was after 13 moves when you see queen's gambit such position. And from 13, uh, white played 3 moves by h pawn and 4 moves by bishop. The black square bishop. Crazy. And they achieve, if not a winning position, but to big advantage. Okay, there's some things are written. We will not translate now. b5 played by Rubinstein. He just don't know what to do. He tried probably distract white's attention somehow with activity on the queen side. Maybe wants to also play queen b6 here. So e3 was played. Bishop d7. Bishop d3. Rook c8 and a4. Strong move by Alekhine here. And he calculated very well this strike on the queen side. We see in the Alekhine often in Alekhine games that he was playing on the whole board, on in the center, in the right side, left side, doesn't matter. The whole board was usually he was playing. So vision of the full board. b4 was played, but he did not want to take probably here. Open this diagonal. b4, knight e2, pawn is attacked, queen b6, knight c1, strong move. Not allow b3. And he wants to block everything on the queen side here. And maybe actually Rubinstein should play b3 anyway. Sacrifice this pawn, I guess. This was only chance because otherwise it will be very squeezed. I would play b3, I guess, and get some advantage on the queen side here. In case of knight b3, then knight b4, probably castle would be played. But black has some chances here. Knight c5 is coming, but I would probably sacrifice on bishop d4 check. Maybe castle is a precise move here. It's a knight e5, knight e5. I don't know, but Rubinstein plays slowly. Rook c7 here, and knight b3 blocking everything. Knight a5 played here, and knight c5. We see that his play is too slow. The Lasso, the famous book by Rubinstein, Zurich Inter. Are you kidding or what? This is a book of Bronstein, David Bronstein, not Rubinstein. Or you are probably kidding. Yeah, first of all, it has historical interest, that book. David Bronstein book. It was his first book ever wrote and wrote it very nicely. Of course, the Challengers Tournament. It's David Bronstein. It's not Rubinstein Akiba. You're mixed it up with, probably with end of surname. And after knight c5, what's going on here? And now black is in real troubles here. It's not possible to take bishop c5 here because we take dc and after queen c5, otherwise this hangs, right? There will be bishop d4 move very unpleasantly. And queen d6 leads to bishop e5, loses to rook. And after queen 6, knight e5 with a huge advantage after knight g4. Yeah, Stein also is a super player, Leonid Stein. So knight f6 is the threat which black cannot defend. So bishop c5 would be simply bad. He plays knight c4. I really is desperation here. Bishop c4, yeah, b3 definitely was better than this, I guess. Bishop c4, dc, and knight e5. Look at this, totally squeeze. So many Stein in chess world, yeah. So knight e5. played, and also Kasparov's father, I guess, was Weinstein, right? So knight e5. And he said instead of knight e5, much more energetic was knight e4 here. With two threats. First is knight d6, simple threat, take and bishop e5 and take here. And another threat is bishop g7 and give mate on f6 here. Okay, but it's not too big threat because knight d5 is coming, I guess, here. Damn! Thank you for subscription, man. Appreciate. Appreciate. Thank you. Yes, Tal Hai, of course. You definitely need to find and read. But the question is how it will be translated from Russian to English. Maybe still we have to find some good translation. Yeah, Einstein, yeah, he was played, but I think, if I remember well, Lasker was good friend of Einstein, and uh, he gives some notations about not answer but commentary about Einstein, and he says that Einstein did not like chess because it's a game of abuse or something like that. It's too much abuse there, so that's why he don't like such a games where is abuse. You are welcome, then. So knight e4 was much stronger here. Knight e5 played by Alekhine. Bishop takes e5. This knight is super annoying. Yeah, you can jump here and deliver mate on f6 in future. So he eliminates. But look at these black squares. And now he did not take here, but take here, attacking rook. And uh, Rubinstein plays only move here. He gives exchange for this strong bishop. He plays strong bishop d6 because rook e8 probably would be just bad. We take te here, rook e7, and then queen d6. Look at this move here. We cannot take because of ed with fork, and just totally lost position. Abuse like fat rook, fat, yeah. And that's why after bishop e7, bishop d6 was played, but position is lost. It takes bishop f8, bishop f8, knight d7, rook d7, a5 was played. Probably Einstein did play box 2, as I understood. Yeah, there is a direct abuse. Queen c6 was played here. Queen f3. Obviously, black doesn't have enough compensation here. White need to consolidate with castle and then attack these pawns here, especially this pawn. Rook d5. Black has to, with all power, avoid endgame because endgame will be totally lost. So rook d5 with queens is the only chance to survive here. Rook c1. Hello, Phoenix. How are you doing? No problem. I'm not going to end up stream soon, so we will watch so many Alekhine games. And Alekhine says that Kotov says that it's not so easy to win here actually. That's why it was 94 much more better instead of 95. And he wants Alekhine wants to force the move c3 with attacking this pawn. So queen c7 attacking here directly. We cannot take because of pin. And after queen 7, queen e2. This was his idea, attacking this pawn. If black will give this pawn for this, the game will be over. Because for rooks, it's necessary, like for fish, a water, the open files. So once we open files, then we will penetrate to the camp of king and then destroy it. So c3 only move is as much as possible to close the files. But bc, bc, queen a6. This pawn should be eliminated. And after rook a5, queen d3 to block this pawn safely here. And obviously after bishop b4 castle, black would not survive probably much here. For example, bishop b4, let's see this variation, rook h5 maybe it's the move here with idea mate. Then a4, I guess, g3, I'm not sure, queen 6 is some kind of f4. If we take this rook is far away from the game, and I guess we use it somehow on the queen side. Maybe rook b1, kick away, then rook c1 and take this. Bishop a5, then rook b5, rook c5, rook a1, I don't know. Looks like that. But instead of this, Rubinstein played bishop a3, using that king is still here. We cannot take on c3 because of pin. But Alekhine, of course, c6. He played rook c2, modest move, and bishop b2. This was the Rubinstein idea to not only protect but also control this square, also close this file from rook. So probably only chance for white will be to advance somehow this central pawn here, because when once bishop goes to this place, it protects pawn, but it's far away from the actions in the center and also cannot block this square here. Obviously, black could not do anything altogether, so they are exchanged down. So he chose this position. King e2, strong move by Alekhine. He, of course, not blunder this pawn this time for free. So king e2, queen c6. This is very strong pawn. Attacking g2, f3 we play. So f3 is a move, not a love. f5. Rubinstein anticipating that Alekhine is going to assault probably in the center, so he's played f5, in my opinion, to somehow open files for some con chances, like take here as rook g5 probably, and weakness this king. This was his idea, so annoy a little bit here. But the black's problem is that white is not necessary to hurry anyway, because black only what they can do just sit and wait, and it's very hard to do for human. For computer, it's much more easy. Rook b1. Rook b2 is a threat, cb, rook c6, and queen controls b1 square. So very strong threat. Rubinstein is not gonna blunder. He plays queen d6, also aiming h2 very unpleasantly here. Queen c4. Pin this queen to, or chain, better say, chain to this pawn. We cannot move. That's why he played king f7. With this f5, he stopped immediately e4, but he at the same time weakness the king residence. So this like double-edged move, I guess. I would not play probably f5. Queen c8 was played. Again, we cannot penetrate. I guess two of checks and some checks here. So also king d3 the move will be. So queen h2 is not a big threat. He played queen a6 check, and unfortunately for Rubinstein, the exchange of queens is necessary, because queen h8 is a huge threat. We're using this pawn. This attacked queen g7, so no any counterplay. So he goes for this hopeless endgame. Take, and now it's very easy to convert this endgame. e4 finally, when queens are not on board, we can easily open up position in the center. fe, no, one second, not fe. He played g5, probably he wanted to eliminate this very annoying pawn here, but it's not time for that. King d3, king g6, and d5 immediately. And now this pawn is a strong passer, because bishop should defend this pawn and not participate in the blockading this pawn, and only single rook cannot stop it. So after d5, by inertia was played few moves, and Rubinstein resigned after that. So rook a4 he plays, a tricky move, cut off king, and d6 would be a huge mistake. He would lose this pawn. But he plays rook d1, strong move, with either d6, rook a6, and then king c4, and this will be protected. So position is totally hopeless. He takes the pawn, but it's desperately late. So d6 was played. King h5. He could already resign, but he continues. d7, rook a8, only move. King goes to e4. This is a threat, only rook d8. King goes to f5. The threat is mate in 1, and same time king wants to go to e7. He plays king h4. In case of king h6, would be king f6 with the same idea, and also king e7. And he just allow mate in 2 here. Yeah, this was a cool game, I guess. Very instructive. Let me find some games. Okay, let's see this game because we see how. Yeah, very strong play. Hannibal Lecter, how are you doing? Hello. Okay, let's go. Now we'll see how Alekhine is punishes very inaccurate play in the opening from opening. So how to let me understand how to write this. So Alekhine versus Wolf. So Wolf, I don't know how to write actually, and we will need definitely John Twitch, maybe like this, Wolf, and it was played in Bestian. I don't know, absolutely don't have any idea how to write it. Maybe like this. Heinrich Wolf. Okay, thank you. Yes, in 19 and which city it was? In Russia, it's written like Bestian, but in English, how to write it? No idea. Absolutely don't have idea. No, it's not Sanremo. It was 1922. No, it's definitely will be not Peshten, of course. Pishtian, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. East, yes, like that probably. Yeshtani. So how to how to write? No idea with English. Okay. So guys, finally, like this, maybe, or Pishtian, Yeshtani, Yeshtani. So this is okay. Yeshtani then. Yeshtani. All right. Thank you guys. Let's go. So d4 was played by Alyokhin. d5, knight f3, c5. Very aggressive setup by black, which is absolutely not popular nowadays. c4 by Alekhine, cd, cd, and knight f6. In case of queen d5, there is very unpleasant move knight c3 first, using this pin, and after queen goes, we can take with queen here. So that's why he played knight f6. He wants to take with knight here. Knight d4 was played, and he played a6 in this position. Strange move, and will be refuted by white. But still, after knight d5, e4, they are behind the development because they're wasting time. And also this e4 is a tempo here. Knight f6, knight c3, and so on. Polish Sky, hello. I'm doing perfect. How are you doing? Welcome. a6, very strange move, really. And e4, strong move. And this is a refutation here. Knight has to take on e4 and check on e4. Look at this. How concretely Alekhine was thinking. Queen d7 is simply bad duel of bishop b5 here, ab, and then we eliminate this rook here. He played bishop d7 in this position. Maybe knight d7 would be the choice, but then knight e6 is also possible, I guess. Knight e6, fe, we can take here, I guess, and this attacked position will be not a candy, but he played bishop d7 here. Immediate punishment, yeah. And after after bishop d7, queen b3, attacking this pawn here. Knight c5. By the way, this reminds me a little bit. I will show you. I was playing uh, many times in middle of 2000 against Karukan. There is a very tricky setup by white in the blitz. For example, I played in classical also. Here is a check on a4, and queen d7 is just bishop b5. Main move is knight b7, but bishop d7, queen b3. You see the same idea. Attacking here also this. This is dubious move. Knight d7, then knight c3, g6, bishop g7, and so on. Is a theory. Yeah, it's a little bit reminds me this position, that idea. And knight c5 was played by Wolf. We see that already he's in trouble because first of all, this under attack, he's wasting too much time with his knight moves. The king side is undeveloped. I guess after knight d6 will be bishop e4 move here to avoid g6, bishop e5 attacking here. Also some bishop d6, queen b7 is a threat. So he decided to play knight c5, at least win some tempo. And after knight c5, he played queen e3, strong move here. To have after e6, I guess b4, also not allow e5 move here. For example, after queen c2, I guess e5 would be very unpleasant move here. Protecting knight, attacking the knight, and after d96, or suddenly it's whiter behind the development here. That's why queen e3, not allow e5. After e6, he definitely want to play b4, I guess. Attacking here, attacking here. That's why after queen e3, g6 was played. And queen e5 is also tempting move here. Probably also leads to quite unpleasant position for black. But knight f3 is stronger. Look at this move. So far, white plays with two pieces, but every move is like tempo and has idea behind. So knight is attacked here. And let's see what Alekhine says about this. And this tempo is not allows black to develop bishop g7 here with following castle. And the point will be that king will stuck in the center, and white will organize a very unpleasant attack after that. And Kotov says that this game also reminds us previous game against Rubinstein when he was, temp by temp, very concretely refuted Rubinstein's play. Okay, there is some long words by Kotov. We will skip it. Queen c7 played by Wolf. He need to defend this knight here. And queen c3. Look at this. Bishop g7 is bad because we just simply take the knight here. Don't reach. This knight is attacked. You see? It doesn't have good squares. So queen c7 he played and queen c3. Look at this very concrete play. Queen and every move with tempo and always creates some problem. This attack also b4 is a threat. Rook g8 only move. For example, f6 was losing immediately after b4. There is a pin. And after knight e6, we take d using that this is protected. That's why Wolf played rook g8 to have after b4 bishop g7, and this rook will be attacked here. Obviously, Alekhine played queen c3 not to blunder this rook like that. He had in mind to play bishop e3, developing move, same time with tempo. You see, it reminds me like in box when you punch opponent, and you feel that he has weakness or has knocked down, you immediately they continue to attack him. Don't let him breathe. No time for breathe. Just attack, beat all the time. So same what Alekhine does here. First he attack knight, then he attacks rook. Now knight again attacked. So no time to breathe. B6 only move here, and knight bd2. So b4 would be probably not good. Due of bishop g7, and in case of knight d4, there is a queen a7 or suddenly only move, and after bc there is a pin, and black is surviving here. Let me understand what after bishop d4 instead of that. Probably we take queen d4 leads to knight a4, And after knight d4, we get rid from pin with check. Yeah, he's still punched here. No breeze for him. Knight bd2. b4 is a threat again. Bishop g7 finally is the first threat to uh, Alekhine, but he simply rigs with bishop d4. Bishop d4, obviously not knight d4 allows this check. Queen d4 is a good move. We see that black king stacked forever in the center. Mr. But it's very hard to manage. The Whistler, nice doggy, how it's anime or how you call it. So bishop b5 was played by Wolf. Otherwise, have to develop queenside the question, yeah? The idea to play bishop e2, castle, rook c1, and just smash position. So bishop b5, he wants to play knight d7. But this move, unfortunately for Wolf, allows a quick development of last forcer for white, yeah? He take with tempo and go castle. So we see that this pawn creates some problems for black, not allowed knight c6, not allowed knight e6. Also, difference between kings. This has a very big and beautiful quiet residence, and this poor king is in the field without, without any way to hide, no roof for this king. So rook a4 was played. In case of knight d7, probably he will play rook e1 with knight d6 here. So Wolf tries to somehow do something, at least, but simply b4 was played. Cut off this rook. In case of knight e6, simply a3 will protect this pawn. Also, these pawns are weak. So a lot of problems for black here. Queen d8, a3, quiet move, strong move. No way to hurry anymore. Knight e7 was played, and rook goes to e1. Thank you, Naran Sik. Thank you for following. I'm not sure that I see you account name before. Welcome to our community. Today is the anniversary of Alekhine. He was born in 31st October, so we are dedicating this stream to him. Fabler, I suggest long castle. Yeah, long castle would be nice for black, probably. So, what happened here? Rook e1, king f8, yes, to get rid from this very unpleasant pin here. But d6 anyway. Naranchik, Hungarian name. Naran. So you need this H after Na, because in your name there is not H. That's why I read it like Naranchik. Polysky, you decided to subscribe. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Hungarian name. Okay. Unfortunately for me and shame for me, I never been in Hungary yet. Must be very beautiful country. Yes, I remember. Perfect. How you just said it. Okay. I'm glad. Welcome, man. So d6 move was played anyway, despite that there is no pin anymore. And knight e6, another tempo by black here during the game. But it allows Alekhine to finish the game with sacrifices here. But the question is that it's hard to advise something for black here. Maybe the safest move would be e6 here, I guess. Because ed leads to queen d6 check and then bc we take. So I guess e6 would be the only move here. And let's guess together what Alekhine would play in this position. The problem is that once queen goes somewhere, this knight has to go on b7 passive position or a6. That's why opponent play knight e6. Yeah, Judith Bolgar from Hungary. Almashi, Rapport, yeah, is Hungarian has very, very big, good school. A legendary Laius also, we forget. So BC, I'm not sure why we need to sacrifice this queen and complicate matters. Probably he would play queen e2, in my opinion. Thank you, Senator Truth. Senator who says only truth. Thank you for subscription. Welcome. I also don't remember your account name. You are Senator of American Senator or you are a Senator of Old Rome? Tell us true. Which Senator you are? So Queen e3. Knight is attacked here. He has to go probably on b7 to try to attack here. But this would be very unpleasant check here. Senator of Canada. Okay. Bonjour. Calgary Flames are my favorite hockey team, by the way. Absolutely favorite. I like. Canada is very beautiful country. Is it true that I remember my brother told me that in Canada more than 30,000 of lakes? Is it true? Must be so beautiful. Maurice, thank you for following. Nice. I'm a basketball fan. Toronto Raptors. Yeah, I disappoint you and probably you unsubscribe me because I'm not fan of basketball at all. Sorry to say. John Fitch Baadur, also not fan of 960. I was not fan of 960 because I never played. I never played. That's why. It's like you are maybe not fan of chocolate until you try it, yeah, and then you like it very much. So I also like it. Why not? I would with big pleasure play it again. It was much fun. You remember that stream what I had first time ever when I played Fisher random. So I would play it much more often if it's possible. Yes, another welcome, man. Did you play ice hockey as a kid? A big shame for me that I like it to watch, and I would play it with big pleasure, but I just don't know how to skate, by the way. First, I need to stand up on ice to play it. Probably when I will be around 65 plus, retired from chess, then I will start to play ice hockey. I guess it will be good time, 65 plus, if I will not die because of coronavirus before, of course. How tall I am? I guess I don't remember exactly, maybe 183 centimeters or 185, something like that. I guess so. Osnaches, thank you for cheering. Thank you, man. I played ice hockey as a kid in Moscow in 70s. So, Lasso, you're Russian, is understood, right? So, I just seen that you write me in Russian letters, so Russian words, but I thought maybe you're not Russian. Not necessary to be in Russian exactly in the 70s. Okay. Irish. Really? Attack Shatranj. Hello, welcome. Thank you for following. I guess you are Turkish guy. Senator, Canada has an extremely large number of lakes, with a number of lakes larger than 3 square kilometers being estimated at close to 31,000 use that allows Canada. Of this, 561 lakes takes a surface area larger than 100 quadrat kilometers, including 4 of the Great Lakes. Cool. From Dublin, okay? In Russia, we say Dublin. How it's in English? Dublin? Like Dublin or Dublin? Good afternoon from Düsseldorf, from Deutschland. Hello, how is situation in Düsseldorf and in Germany? I think, okay, Germany probably normally should not have a huge amount of cases probably because we know the Germans are very disciplined people. And I guess they was going to lock down very quickly, yes, in very early. So what is the situation now? The question is that maybe there could be another wave which you cannot avoid. In Tbilisi, in Georgia, we have a second wave now, unfortunately. A lot of cases. All right. Let's back to the game, I guess. E6 probably would be the most resistance continuation, but anyway, Wolf would not survive much here. Besides the queen e3, also knight e5 simple move, I guess, is a strong because knight b7 allows knight c6 penetration. In case we knight e5, queen e5, then we take on b5, for example. This also not a candy for black, I guess. This hangs. Maybe he takes here. Knight c4. Yes. Okay, not necessary to complicate like this, but probably queen e3 would be a good move here. Every way is second wave, yeah? Uh, yes, we will have a partial lockdown restaurants and okay in November. Very bad because in French in France, I guess Macron just released implemented another lockdown for 1 month. If I'm not wrong with news. Yeah, very bad. One learned so much in the chat how to win like Alekhine and how all about now all about lakes in Canada. Yeah, we have very alive chat here. Very with different kind of things, so very interesting. Not focused only on chess. For that reason we are here, right? Well, for what reason else? To make fun. Macron, strong leader, I like. Okay. UK going to lock down today again. Really? Wow, very bad. It's impossible to close all the cafes in Tbilisi. Yeah. People seem cannot be without that here. By the way, in our neighborhood country in Armenia, they did not. I guess they did not implemented so strong restrictions from government, and there was really high numbers of cases a few months ago. I hope now it's better, but now they have, of course, another problems coming from Azerbaijan. James Blunder, Jobava, make Hinkali video, please. You mean you want to see how me and brother prepare it, or you want to see how we will eat it with beer, or maybe both? The reason I'm living in Austria, and here will also be a lockdown from Tuesday on. Vienna, by the way, is one of my favorite city. I was there many times. Very lovely city, especially in summertime. It's so perfect. I remember I spent. It was 2006, I guess. I was like 22 years old, and there still lives my friend from Georgia, Shengelia David. He is the president of Federation of Austria Federation, we know, and in that time he was studies there, and I was staying at his friend's flat, who was working as a barman. He was leaving whole day to work and coming at night. So I was like in his apartment alone for 2 weeks. It was one of the best 2 weeks in Vienna. It was so nice. Yeah, Vienna is really beautiful. And also in Vienna lives one of my most favorite player, Karl Schlechter. I also visit the club of his name. I go Vienna and my wallet empty. It depends what do you mean, because if you have only 50 euros in wallet, you can empty it very quick. But if you have, let's say, 5,000 and it becomes empty, then it's very bad sign for your wallet and very good sign for you. I live near Salzburg. Salzburg Red Bulls, I guess, right? If I'm not Salzburg, there is ice hockey. No, 1 second. Vienna Capitals, Salzburg Red Bulls, I guess, right? Salzburg has a Red Bulls ice hockey team, I guess, in Austria. Salzburg, Mozart. Yeah. Do you know, Senator? Do you know when you will play your next tournament? Probably you're not asking me about online tournaments, I guess. Absolutely don't know. For example, I play for a French club, and my good friend, the sponsor, one of the sponsor of this club, about when he was like more than months ago, he offered me to play in the November now, in the middle of November, some games for this club. But now they have lockdown, so you never know. I mean, some another my good friend from Ukraine, Pernatsky Vitaly. I think you hear about him. Quite strong young grandmaster. He was planning many months ago to go to Caribbean, yes, tournament. There should be some tournament, and in the airport when he was flying from Kiev. First of all, he lives in another city. He should go by train first, like whole night. Then he came to airport, and he was on the gate to boarding, and all suddenly uh, the organizer wrote him, SMS him that they canceled tournament. Can you imagine? If imagine he would flight to Amsterdam, and from Amsterdam then to Palma de Mallorca or something. I don't exactly remember which city, but it was Tenerife, I guess, not Palma, Tenerife, I guess. It was Amsterdam, then Amsterdam, I guess, Tenerife or Madrid first, or something like that. That would be terrible. So you never know. Yeah, you can plan something, but then all suddenly everything can be cancelled. Have you ever been in Netherlands? I've been in Netherlands a huge amount of times. Yeah, Netherlands very cool. And different cities I was. In Vierkant I was few times also. Eh, we can only nostalgia about this period, yeah? All right, let's kill this game, guys. So d6 was played, and e6 I guess was the best move, but he played knight e6 here, and of course rook e6 by Alekhine. He is even don't. Uh, I'm sure he even don't invest much time to sacrifice it, and it's destroys the last defense of black's king here, and will win by force. Knight g5. So this attacked with the fork is a threat. Also knight h7, also queen e4 if necessary. Yeah, Alekhine number one. Yeah, rook e6. Yeah, you see this when you play strategically so well, the tactical decisions. It's like um, it's seems like natural, like a key to open the gate to the enemy's camp. Queen b8 was played by Wolf. In case of e5 here, queen d5 was the move. Mate in one is coming. Queen e8 only moves. Then we give check on e6. King goes to f7. Then we give check. This is hangs. Only move e6 with counter strike, but check here, and we eliminate this queen here. I gotta go now. I'll catch the rest of the stream by when you took. Nice. Lectures. See you all. Ciao. Ciao, Michele. Grazie. You're welcome every time. I like Italy very much. Italian people. Very talented people. Historically. Does not happens to you? Jigsaw does often. Let me see. Let me see what not happens to you often. I don't understand. Jigsaw does. Tell me what not happens. Forza ragazzi. Italy. No, it's not only Ferrari and pizza. Italy is so beautiful. I think they have something like in total like 10,000 cities and villages and this stuff, and also uh, they are famous in not only in kitchen, in wine and these cars, but of course with the art, history of art. In almost every small city, it has such a huge history behind. I was in many cities of Italy, in small cities, and when you go, for example, to the church, when you visit churches, it's it's an art of it's it's a masterpiece of art. There's such beautiful sculptures, paints everywhere, and you feel that this country is really has such a legendary history, beautiful with very beautiful masterpieces. One of the best country in the world is Italy, of course. I like, for example, the south of Italy very much. It was very cool. I remember when I was playing in one of the team in Italy. Pierluigi Basso from Italy is one young guy. He's half Belarusian. He also speaks Russian. And we had, with our team, we go across the whole Italy, with almost whole Italy by car, by his car. We make much fun, music, stop every city, drink wine, make fun, and visiting different cities was really, really beautiful trip. It was the summertime, by the way. I go to Italy now when Corona die. Yeah, this is very nice. Yeah, I was also in Venice, and shame for me, Florence. I hear very beautiful city, but I never was in Florence. I need to probably visit it. All right. So we see that e5 is loses immediately. Queen b8 was played. That's why. Knight takes on e6 here. King goes to f7. What else? In case of king e8, I guess what would happen after king e8 here? Let me think. Rook e1 leads to queen d6, which is not clear. Why Wolf did not play it? Maybe he did not want to allow this unpleasant check, probably, and then rook e1. Yeah, okay, this is completely lost. So king f7 was played. I was in Bologna, yeah. Florence and Bologna are my favorite chess. But unfortunately, in Bologna, I was in airport, and then we organizer meet me, and then we go, in some one restaurant in Bologna, and then by car to another city, Fano. It was about 90 minutes drive. So I cannot say that I visited in Bologna a lot of places. Oh, yes, the Uffizi and Florence, a must see. Okay, I will note it down. We need what else emotes? Yeah, like like this. What else? Knight g5 check. King goes to f8. Queen d5 again. The mate in one thread. Rook g7 he goes. Knight e6 fork. So totally lost position. King g8. Now black even doesn't have exchange. So we have 3 pawns, 6 pawns against 5 pawns. So pawn up and also attacking here. Rook is absolutely out of game. So black will not survive here a lot. D takes on e7, attacking the knight here. 2 pawns up. Knight f6. Queen b5. 3 pawns up. Already here, or even few moves ago, Wolf could resign, but for some reason he still continues to play, and probably I will continue it. Rook e1 was played, not allowed rook e7. Yeah, I don't know why he was continuing this play against Alekhine. Queen d6 attacking the knight. E8 knight played by Alekhine. Knight e8. Queen b5 takes on e8. Queen goes to d2. Queen e5. So we have what? We have 3, 5. We have 2 pawns. 2 pawns, but also king is weak. King f7 was played. King g8 loses immediately after check here. And king goes to 7 round back. And then we take with check here. King h6 probably he didn't play because white can even exchange here. And game is over. We protect here. And then we will slowly win this rook and game. That's why he played king f7. Um, we need a Baadur priest mode, but wings book mode. The last, but be careful of the Florence syndrome. It means, what means Florence syndrome? Remind me, please. I I guess I heard about that, but I forget. I forget. There's some legend about that, right? If it's not hard for you, write it, Lasso. Stendhal syndrome. Stendhal syndrome or Florence syndrome is a psychosomatic condition involving rapid heartbeat, fainting, confusion, and even hallucinations. Really? Allegedly occurring when individuals become exposed to objects, artworks, or phenomena of the great beauty. Why it's only. The question is why it's only in Florence? Because okay, it's some kind of fun, of course. So king f7, h4 was played here. Rook h3. So far, black regained two pawns back, but it doesn't help them because of check on e8, king g7, rook e7 check, king goes to h6 on the move, check on f8, king goes to h5. So Alekhine calculated till the end, of course. King g4 was played. In case of king h4, probably he wanted to play queen f6 here as an f3. He played king g4, and after g5, black finally resigned. And the funny is that white could even lost this game after check, king g3, rook g5, then queen g5 here. ag and then mate. Funny. If this, then queen f4, for example. Приступ Стендаля — это реальная болезнь, окей? I will know it. Thank you for following, guys. Give me 1 second, I will ask my brother something and come back. Just realize that it's quite cold here. Dress something. We have to be careful. Yeah, also beautiful games, right? The syndrome of Alekhine. We are already all sick of chess here. Let me find some interesting games. Let me choose. It's better says all games are interesting, but you know, I want to find something instructive same time. Okay, I don't know. Let's see how Alekhine was playing Alekhine system. Should be interesting, I guess. So he was black, obviously. Game was played in Paris 1925. And black was Alekhine, white Snosko Borovsky. Absolutely no idea how to write it, but John Twitch, we need your help if you're here. I forget his name, by the way, Snosko Borovsky, completely. Snosko Borovsky. Something like this. This I translated directly from Russian, of course. Probably not. Evgeny, yes? Okay. So I wrote it correctly, I guess. Just add the name like this. It was played in 1925. So 1925, how old was Alekhine? 25 plus 8. So 33 years old he was here. Very long name, yeah. Snosko Borovsky. Yes, everything's correct. Yes, thank you, John Twitch. Snosko Borovsky. Okay, let's go. So e4 played by Evgeny. Knight f6. This is Alekhin system. e5. Knight c3 is also possible play, and this will be like Vienna opening. d5 is also possible. Oh, okay, principal line is e5, of course. Knight d5. Many times I was playing here knight c3 move in this position. Very tricky one. c4 was played in this position. Thank you for following. Hidden. Hidden what? Hidden king. Yeah. Hidden king. Probably it's a fog of the war. By the way, recommended to play that game. Very cool game. Very funny. Dr. Om, hello. Is this a famous first game from the best games book? No, this is a book. What I'm showing. This is a Alexander Kotov book about Alexander Alekhin legacy. Hello, hiding. Jigsaw does. What you are writing is some kind of raid or I missed again. Cat S. Thank you for following. Ah, it was raid from Nandi Chess. Thank you to Nandi. I think Nandi Chess and Ru Chess are friends, good friends. Thank you, appreciate. Thank you guys for following. Yeah, today was quite cold when I was walking outside. No sun, and at home it's even more colder here. I don't see how many viewers I have, and also I don't see who is raiding me. But I'm enjoying the chat, and I hope you enjoy the games. That's the most important stuff here. Knight b6 was played here. Yeah, after knight b6, d4, d6, and ed is a quiet continuation here, but f4 is one of the most sharpest line mm, against the Alekhine system, which requires good knowledge from both sides. Andy says hello. Okay, nice to meet you. So after f4, d was played. Obviously, we take with this pawn, not allow this exchange here. And after knight c6, bishop e3. Probably the idea is that after knight f3, bishop g4 is a very unpleasant pin. That's why white is not hurried to play knight f3. It defend with bishop. We cannot move pawn because of knight e5 here. So bishop e3 looks like best move. Bishop f5. Black don't want to play e6 to close this bishop. So first they need to play bishop f5 with knight e6 and also idea knight b4, controlling this square. Knight f3. Bishop g4 would lead to the waste of time now. e6. Knight b4 maybe is not dangerous. Do off probably modest move knight a3 here. And then we play bishop e2, castle, and so on. But maybe it's most precise to play knight c3. What do you think, guys? To have knight b4 rook c1 idea here. And e6 leads to the position of the game. Because this position, maybe it's not so good for white. Because this knight quite annoying here. And bishop b7, castle. I guess knight c3 is more precise. But okay. e6 was played by Alekhine here. Knight c3. Trunk chess. I think this might have been the only high-level game he played the opening. I'm not sure, not sure. Is the Alekhine defense named after Alekhine? Looks like. Okay. So what's going on here? E6, knight c3. And Alyoshin, Kotov says that Alyoshin was right here, that a3 was necessary to avoid knight b4, not allow knight b4 move here. But modern theory says that knight b4 is not dangerous for white at all. So knight b4 was played here by Alyoshin. Rook c1, c5. This was his idea to counter strike in the center. a3 played by Znosko-Borowski. And they cannot avoid this exchange here because d5 we cannot push there too much attack on this pawn. But modest move bishop e2 would be best here. And after take knight d4, then castle and so on. Cat, thank you very much. Welcome. Nandi Chess, thank you. See you. Say hello to Rucha. What happened here? Instead of bishop e2, which looks very logical here, with idea to develop with castle, he played a3 here. Obviously, Alyoshin not goes back, allow d5 move, and he plays cd first, using that this is a tempo. And bishop g5, this was the hope of Snosko-Borowski here, probably. Because knight d4, I guess Alyoshin would simply go back here. And after knight a5, take here, this is weak. But behind bishop g5 was the idea behind this a3 move, according to Znosko-Borowski. Yeah, he's attacking queen, attacking here. He wants maybe take with queen here if queen goes to c7 or c8. But unfortunately for him, dc, very big surprise here. Yes, drunk chess. The Reti Alyoshin was the first game in this stream. What's how I started. Very beautiful game with this rook e3 sacrifice. Иванов, Баадур все мои вопросы сегодня проигнорировал. Иванов is complaining that I ignored his questions. Какие вопросы? Which questions? I did not see. Baba, you should show your game against Carlsen from 2010 Chess Olympiad. Yeah, I can show if you wish to see it, of course. But now we're watching, of course, Alyoshin games. Today is his anniversary, so. And this was very interesting queen sacrifice, which is obviously not obliged. Black is not obliged, but it definitely was played by intuition of Alyoshin. It's actually proved that it was correct. Thank you for following, by the way. Спасибо, Иванов. Famous quote from Znosko-Borowski. Chess is game of understanding and not of memory. Nowadays we know that it's not super correct, yeah, because you need to have a good memory to memorize a lot of opening ideas. It is not a move, even it is not a move, even the best move that you must seek, but a realizable plan. Realizable plan. Okay, interesting. Yeah, sure. Today's for Alyoshin's definitely. Let's go for it. So bishop d8. Skowronski accepts obviously the sacrifice. Rook d8. So queen is attacked. So far, black has only two pieces for a queen, but very nice development, and everything is going by tempos. Arpicordi, hello, how are you doing? Welcome back. And games also, yeah, many positions requires a memory, of course. Especially nowadays when there is no more a drone possible. So you need to practically, in practical time troubles and so far, you need to convert winning games or defend some drawish positions, which without memory, often you cannot do. if you don't know position. Um, and now after this move, Kotov says that this is a seldom case when Alekhine is not makes not choose the best continuation here. And Alekhine later wrote about this position, said much more chances he could get after CB, attacking rook here. This bishop is also attacked. With following variations. First variation would be um, bishop b6 here. AB is a bet because rook d8 and attacked here, and also this attack. In case of knight d2, we eliminate rook and then bishop b4 and eliminate this knight. So AB would be just disaster. What after bishop b6 here? Uh, would happen bc, queen c1, then knight c2, not allow this take. Very important check, king f2, and ab. Here is the black is better, of course, yeah. They will eliminate this pawn with tempo, then go back to c5, very nice square with check, then castle, and pawns are weak, rook and bishop for queen and some pawns. So this will be very, very nice position. And second option, instead of bishop b6, would be bishop g5 probably would be strong move here. Keep this bishop for defense. And after bishop g5, bc queen, then bishop c1, knight c2 check, king f2, rook goes to d8 with a tempo, queen e2, check on c5, king goes to g3, and castle with two threats of bishop d3 and knight e3, which probably would lead to the victory of black. We see that whites are undeveloped, queen doesn't have move, all pawns are weak, king is unsafe. So for some reason he avoided this move, he played rook d8 here. And queen b3 immediately is not Skomborowski defending this pawn, not from e2 because of check, only move queen b3 and same time strong. cb, queen takes to b2. Instead of to have rook and bishop against queen, now he has only two uh, pieces. Knight a4 was played, attacking the queen. Queen goes to a1. Knight c2 check. The question is why he did not play this. Probably because of knight c5 here. Attacking queen, fork is coming. In case of queen b4, knight d3 would be check. Take, then we take here. Then we take rook d3, I guess. Then king e7, rook d8, and black has pawn up and also better position in endgame. Probably queen b3 would be simply bad. And the question is where to put this queen, otherwise. Maybe queen f2, then bishop c5 with tempo. That's why he played queen a1, didn't find the better square. Knight c2 was played. And again inaccuracy by Alekhine here. Much, oof, what did I click? 1 second. What did I click? How to immediately regain this last position in this? Let me understand. Somewhere here we are, I guess. Yeah, this was inaccuracy. Instead, knight d3 check was better, forcing bishop d3 and rook d3. The point that castle is not possible in this position because we take rook h3, queen doesn't have any squares, and after queen d4 there is a bishop c5 with pin. Yeah, yes, sometimes I click these incorrect arrows. And after rook d3, the best chance for white would be c5, close this diagonal, and after bishop c5, sacrifice on c5 and make castle. Thank you for following. And to compare to that previous versions when black had the same material, rook and bishop and pawns, we see that king is much more safe, and also white achieved to exchange this very strong black square bishop. So that's why CB instead of rook D8 previously was better. But knight C2 he played here. Rook C2, bishop C2. Rook D1 is a threat, obviously. Apki Jet, hello. Yeah, very cool game. Knight D4. Cut off this rook from square. Same time is a tempo. Bishop goes back to G6 and C5 strong move by Znosko. He opened this diagonal with idea check and take this knight. Knight takes to C5. Unfortunately for Alekhine, it was not possible take here with bishop. With idea after check, play king e7, and in case of bishop e4, rook d4 with huge advantage. But knight b3 would be a cold shower. We see that this knight attacking bishop and this is attacked. Impossible to protect everything, and he should play bishop b6 probably here. And after bishop ae4, rook d3 to compensate material deficit with a strong initiative here. The Lasso, Baadur, do you like to come up with novelties and openings as Latupa? When I was working a lot, yeah, first of all, let me thank for cheer. Thank you very much. I don't see, sorry, I missed the name who was cheering. Thank you, appreciate for that. John Twitch, can you tell me who was it? Before when I was working much in middle of 2000s, I always had a lot of novelties, interesting novelties. For example, if you remember my game against Barry of 2003, let's say, in Karokan, when I played d5, sacrifice pawn, against uh, against Grishuk, against in 2004 on Olympiad, when I win in Slav defense, and then 2005 against Carlsen when he repeated again same game, played Grishuk to me. It was European Championship in Warsaw. Very young Carlsen, he was I guess 13 or 14 years old, and then he wanted to catch me, but I knew ideas deeper, so I beat him too, and I had a lot of notice. But nowadays I stopped to work much about opening, so that's why Dubov has much more notice because he's working. You need to work simply. Yeah, Alyokin actually was saying about chess that chess is like, to become a big master in chess, you need to learn to be objective, to learn on your mistakes. Migard, hello, how are you doing? But after rook d3, white would have moved knight c1 here, attacking the rook, rook e3, then knight e2, bishop h5, and bishop d1 here. And white is holding. That's why c5 was practically a good decision, forcing knight c5. The question is why are we forcing? Maybe a6 was an interesting move, control the square. What do you think, guys? And try to take with bishop. Maybe c6 he would go, but then bishop c5. Then he takes maybe cb here. Bishop d4, we take queen d4. Castle, knight c6. Yeah, still some chances for white. That's why he eliminated this pawn. But after bishop b5, he need to place this king in a very ugly position in front of this bishop. No, I mean, this was bad to place, so that's why he plays knight d7 here. I don't like how Alekhine play this all. Maybe even a6 really was better here. c6 and find something there. I don't know what exactly, but once again, c6, maybe bishop e4. If cb, we take bishop b7 and then bishop c5. If c7, rook c8 maybe. And then I want to somehow develop here. Okay, I don't know. He take here, bishop b5 and forced to play knight d7. Obviously something go wrong here. Queen c3 was played by Znosko. Thank you for following, guys. I'm also okay, Migard, thank you. Zawa, hello. Queen c3. Probably he played queen c3 because after castle he didn't want to allow this bishop c5. Very annoying pin here. And then castle, and this is weak. So Zon found the best practical chances as we see. Controlling the square. a6 played by Alekhine, and this also was inaccuracy. He should play bishop e7 here. Brian G, hello. Yeah, it was a quite famous game in 2003. It was a big, you know, was big shock on the tournament for players. I remember. Um, Bishop e7 was good move here instead of a6, and it's not scary to allow queen c7 because then we play a6 in this position. Obviously, after bishop d7, rook d7, queen c8, we can even play bishop d8 or just play rook d8 and then castle. And thank you for cheering, Vegas Slim. Thank you, man. E6. Now I managed to see who was that. Before not. And after a6 here, bishop c4 would be the move in this position. And after bishop c4, uh, no, sorry, bishop a4, of course, the move, yes, because otherwise castle will be. So white is keeping eye on this knight. And b5 maybe is not good because bishop will move and then we'll have this knight 6 square for knight. So bishop e4 would be a move, castle, and then b5, control this square. And after bishop c2, bishop c5 finally. And black would have advantage here. This is under attack. If you take, we check, then we make castle, then this pawn will fall down, and obviously black has chances to win here. But instead of bishop e7, he decided to play a6 immediately. And now with very creative sacrifice of Tuskotmirski of the piece, he will achieve the draw. So check on d7, rook d7, check on c8, rook d8, and queen b7. This was probably Alekhine underestimated here. And after rook d4 only move, he give check on c6, forcing rook d7. Obviously, king d8 or king e7 leads to check on b6 or c5, and we take this rook. So only move rook d7 and then castle. Rook d1 is a threat, winning the game. So it's black has to be careful. Bishop d3 he plays with either bishop b5. And it's only way to complicate the matters because king e7 would be just draw after queen c5 perpetual. Bishop d3 and rook f7 he played. Yeah, in case rook d7, probably bishop b5 here. Protect. After check, I guess king d7, check. But it still would be draw. Why he did not play rook d1 simply here? I don't understand, because bishop b5 check, king d7 check, seems to be a draw, no? King d8, then we give check here. King c8, rook c1 mate, king e8. King e8 we have, it's not draw. Or it's still draw. Queen b8, king e7, rook d7, bishop d7, because king d7 we give perpetual definitely, so only move would be bishop d7, we give check, only move king d8, and where is perpetual? Check here, only move king c8 to continue, but check here. Yeah, I mean, this looks like a draw anyway. Yeah, so rook d1 also would be draw, I guess, but Borowski played rook f7 here, bishop c5. Obviously, king f7 leads to queen d7, queen d3. So bishop c5 check was Alekhine idea here. King h1 and bishop b5. Bishop e7 would be a mistake here because queen e6 now. The threat is rook e7 and then queen c8 check and take this rook in this position. And Kotov gives this move and rook f1 with better game for white, but he also misses maybe rook e7 and we take. No, we cannot take. Look at this devilish trap. Rook f1 is a good move because rook e7, queen c8 is a bad. After take, we catch this queen, and the idea become bishop g6. I understood now. e6 check. There will be king f6, and this is protected. Look at this idea. Wow, that would be a beautiful over finish. But rook f1 is a good move, and it's black has to be careful here. Rook is can connect from here. But after this, bishop b5 played this position. Queen takes to e6 and rook e7. This was his idea. We know that bishop e7 now doesn't work. So we take, check, and take, and white has good chances to win. So that's why rook d7 he played. After rook d7 he take, check, only move bishop d8, check on e6, bishop e7, and they just repeated. The point that if black will continue king f8, a4 would be very unpleasant move here. And after bishop a4, check on e5. King goes to e7, bad move, because king e8 probably queen e6 draw. And if black insists to continue play, after queen g4, there would be huge troubles, because bishop attacked. If it goes, we take on g7, take here. And after queen g4, rook f8, without a mate, there will be queen b4 check. And it's only white who can win this game. King f7 or with force, then we take here. Yeah, this is how this interesting game end up with draw. But we have to admit that Nonos Komorowski, after these few inaccuracies, he found the best way, starting with queen b3 and c5, very beautiful defense. Very nice defense by Nonos Komorowski, really. Another game will be very instructive. Let's see this very instructive game. It was played in Baden-Baden tournament 1925. Same tournament when he beat Reti. 0 hour. I'm off Baadur, going to study. I think like a Jobava by Alexander Kotov. Okay, man. See you. Sava. And if after queen before king d6, you just lost the rook here. Rook is hanging. Yeah, king d7, king e8 needs to check. So this this probably it's still draw. This position, I guess, is still draw. We'll give this pawn for this, but obviously it's unnecessary for black to play like this. So let's see next game when Alekhine against black against Zigbert Tarash. 1 second, guys. Let me first. What the hell? I cannot write anything. Baden, we know the city, small city, very rich city, city of older generation, very, it's like they're working whole life, and then they became rich and buy some nice houses in Baden and live there. So Siegbert Tarash, I guess it's like this. Recording. My parents also talked about Baden. No, Austria is Germany. So I mean, Baden is in Germany. All right. Yeah, it's very nice city, of course. I was playing in 2005 for Baden Schach Bundesliga for German club Baden. But I've never been in Baden because we was playing in other cities and I played quite badly, so I did not fix my place there, unfortunately. Naranchik, Naranchik, okay? Thanks to you. See you, man. I know about the recent pictures that people my dream was meant for to vacation or good time. I once came out a winner from the casino in Baden. Ah, yeah, there is a city of Baden. It calls Baden in Austria. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember now. Baden, Baden in Germany and Baden in in Austria also. Yes. Okay, e4 was played by Tarash. E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop f4. Italian opening. Bishop c5. Another line we know knight f6. So bishop c5, c3 is the main direction. Bishop b6. We know that main move is knight f6 here. But Alekhine plays bishop b6, d4, and queen e7. You remember when we see one game, it's Tarash who played actually against Alekhine like this, queen e7. And then he made this uh, maneuver like knight, instead of go direct knight to d4, he first played knight h4, knight g5, then knight h3, knight f4, then knight e2, then knight d4, provoking weaknesses of h6, g5, and so on. Yesterday, I guess we saw it. Thank you for following, by the way. So let's see what happened now. a4 played by by Tarash, a6, h3, modest move. Oh, 1 second, no, no, I jumped a little bit. After queen 7 castle, of course, was played. Yeah, in that game, I guess Tarash played here d6, right? And then a4, a6, bishop e3, and so on. And Alekhine was annotated that knight f6 was played. What he played against Tarash, yeah, knight f6 he played now, strong move. So rook e1. Ray Lopez, hello. We look at Alekhine defense. Yeah, sick. Yeah, welcome, man. We just see previous game against Snosko Brodsky, but you can, I guess you can watch it after I will finish stream. It will still be recorded. It was a very cool game. So d6 was played by Alekhine. Now a4, a6, and h3. Not allow bishop g4 idea. You are welcome, man. And after h3, he simply make castle. And Tarash played bishop g5, and Alekhine, Kotov says that better was to play directly bishop e3 because he provoked h6 move, which is good for black. And we see that knight e4 is not possible here, I guess. Because of d5. We are attacking this knight, and once it goes somewhere, we'll take on b6 and attack this knight here. If we go knight f5, probably still would be a problem because I guess we go bishop d3 here, and then b4 and try to catch this knight here. So this will be quite risky. Obviously, after bishop e3, black is not take here. Maybe play bishop a7 or something, or h6 anyway. But Tarash played bishop g5, h3, and bishop e3. He provoked a good move for black, actually. It's not a weakness here. And can you guess what Alekhine played here? And Alekhine will annotate that this is probably hardest move in whole game. Twisted Donut, how are you doing? Who knows this game? Don't say anything, of course. No, no, not knight g4. Yeah. So we see that white wants to develop knight bd2. Also, this bishop is very active here. So queen d8, double exclamation mark. Look at this move. It has two ideas behind. First, it's opened this file for rook, which is more natural than queen. Second, he wants to take ed, and after cd plays d5. And third, after knight bd2, he prepared knight e4, knight e4, and then d5 fork here. Look at this deep move here, queen d8. And he wants to make clear the position of this bishop, so forcing bishop d3 here. Fantastic move. Yeah, I mean, you have to ask what your opponent wants, which pieces you can improve, and what plan you have. Thank you, Twisted Donut. I'm also not bad. Fowler, if you was thinking about Queen D8, it's applause. Applause for you. Rook F E8. You see that how elegantly Queen retreat to D8 and give this file for a rook. Knight BD2 and bishop goes to A7 for any case to avoid some future variations like D5, then bishop B6 and structure will be weak here. Was ED and knight B4 possible? Senator, 1 second. You mean here ED and if case of CD knight B4. Yeah, maybe it was possible. Probably Tarash would go bishop B1 because this bishop we need to keep it on the board, and the rook can connect from this side. It was possible, but black is not achieve something seriously after that, and we give center. You have to always avoid to give center so easily. I guess rook e3 is then d5, bishop e3, rook a3 would follow knight d4 and so on. Before that, okay, let me see. So bishop d3 and here, let's see et. And after cd, you want to take this bishop, strong bishop, because this is hangs. Okay, maybe he would take with knight here, I guess, in this position. Maybe that's why he did not take. Because this really is not good, yeah? Knight b4, we cannot move this bishop because this hangs. For example, bishop f1, knight e4, bishop h6. Then we don't take here because rook e4, but maybe knight f2 is possible. Yeah, looks quite bad for white, this position. But let's continue. King f2, gh, queen d2, attacking this knight, attacking this pawn. We can play a5 for it. No, 1 second. What we can play? Knight 6 maybe is a move. And after queen h6, we have this knight d4. Yeah, sounds like white is in trouble everywhere. Maybe knight d4 actually was the move. Knight e5, bishop c2, knight c4, bishop c1. Yeah, but it was interesting, of course, to take it and play maybe bishop d7, then rook e8. So knight d2, for example, rook e8 would lead to a complex position. But here's the knight 6, I forget. Bishop 6 and bishop b6. Yeah, this is not good. No, bishop d7 is not so good move, I guess. Maybe knight e5 anyway. Okay, I don't know. Could be possible, but Alekhine decides to keep pressure and plays bishop a7 here to not allow knight c4 in some moments. You are welcome, Senator. And queen c2 was played by Tarash. And now Alekhine thought that Tarash should play de here, but Tarash did not want to give up this center so easily. But after queen c2, unfortunately for him, Alekhine will use now the weakness of this move. He will take ED here. Obviously, bishop d4 is bad because this bishop is too strong. CD is bad because of fork. He played knight d4 and knight e5 played by Alekhine here. Bishop f1 and d5. This was his calculation. Immediately open up position in the center. And when he played ED, he should calculate this position that f4 is not works with idea e5 here because of knight g6 here. And after e5, knight h5. Look at this, queen not controls this square anymore. g3 not possible because pawn is here. And not possible to defend this pawn. Yeah, very concrete refutation of this queen c2. So d5 was very strong move here. Rook d1 by Tarash. He understood, realized that f1 doesn't work, so at least decided to develop last piece. c5 by Alekhine. Kick out this knight to b3 and play queen c7. This position. Maybe c4 is also some moments possible. Protecting this pawn. Bishop goes to f4, pinning the knight. And Alekhine was thinking that ed was best. Knight d5, then knight c4 here. And after knight c4, bishop c4, knight e3, rook e3, rook e3, fe, this position. But still, I guess after queen e7, black has a solid advantage here. Pair of bishops, potentially very strong. Some also also bishop d7, bishop 6. This pawn is weak. Yeah, if this is best for white, it means that they are in trouble. But Tarash played bishop f4 for some reason here. And after that, he allows this unpleasant check. Knight f3, queen f4. And he plays ed bad move in this position. And it leads to bad position. Much stronger was to play e5 here. Yes, this is the same twisted donut, exactly, Sigbert Tarash, yeah. After e5 and bishop f5, queen d2 would be possible in this position. Queen d2, then rook d2, and after knight e4, rook d1. Because rook d5 is simply bad to your bishop e6 here. And no way to go with this rook, yeah? Because rook d1 leads to bishop e3 with tempo. If rook d3, then c4 here. This attack this, also this. So rook d1 would be, and after rook d8, black would have a slight advantage here to your center, also bishops, but nothing so terrible for white. But instead, Tarash plays ed, open up position, and bishop f5, strong move. And Tarash played bishop d3. After queen d2, there was queen a4 move, attacking this knight. And in case of knight c1, bishop c2, attacking this rook. Rook e8, rook e8, rook e1. Then knight e4, attacking queen. And after queen f4, c4, attack this pawn. And only move knight d4 to cover diagonal, but after bishop d4, take queen b4 would be here. And black has a huge advantage, attacking rook, also this. What if bishop h3 instead of bishop f5? In this position, bishop h3. Interesting option. But pawns are equal, and Alekhine wants more. This only pawn will take here. Queen f3, probably play bishop g2, then block c4, and white is okay, I guess. Nothing bad. So he wants to keep this bishop on the board. Bishop f5. We see that queen d2, queen f4 would be bad. That's why Tarash played bishop d3, and now he takes bishop h3. Aha, this is the idea. So no more bishop g2 is possible here. Queen g4 is also attacking. Yeah. So your idea, uh, Zava your idea, but in better reduction. G8 was taken, queen f3. We see that this bishop so badly here. Instead of f1, he had this defense. Now this is also under attack. Thank you for following. Rook e8 was played by Tarash in this position, and he gives away the e file, and it's a forcing win. But anyway, it was not any defense probably of attack. For example, bishop f1, I guess c4 would be very unpleasant move here. Or first rook e1, rook e1, then c4, forcing something like knight d4 move. Maybe we can exchange, then b5, this is weak. Everything is weak here. Probably something else. But Tarash played rook e8, and now he played bishop f1. Probably he wanted to avoid this c4, rook e1, c4 idea, because he wanted to play knight d4, bishop d4, and take it with rook here. But instead of c4, Alekhine plays rook e5 now. Another threat here. Only move is c4, also protects, but after rook g5, king h2, not bishop e8 because of this, but knight g4 check. And after ag, rook g4, Tarash resigned here. Look at this, he cannot defend because bishop h3 leads to rook h4, and not possible to defend this bishop and mate there. Yeah, queen d8. This move, one second, let me enjoy this once again. In this position, queen d8 is really top level. Look at this move. Maybe d was good move instead of bishop d3 here. I guess d should play Tarash because bishop e3 is an ef. Probably Alekhine would take here, then at least collapse. I mean, change this structure here. Take, then maybe knight d2. Yeah, this is of course Tarash should play. Let me for 1 second start what Stockfish will say. I think d he should play. Let's see what he will say. Bishop d3 like Tarash played. Rook e8, knight b d2, ed, cd, knight b4. What about d? Leads to equal position. D, queen d8, bishop b6 here, cb, knight b2. Yeah, it's like looks good for white here, I guess. Because bishop d3, rook e8, what happened? Bishop a7. Now queen c2 was bad move, I guess. All right, we don't need this Stockfish. Yeah, this was very interesting game. Let me find another good games. Yeah, queen d8 was beautiful. Yeah, okay. This is a fight of two human beings, not computer. So yeah. Brian Che, okay. You can click on the plus sign or if you want to Stockfish to go deeper. No, I just wanted very lightly check DE. It was quite possible. Okay, let's see how his theoretical preparations, how strong he was in openings. The next game we'll play it against Beck. Joachim Beck in Margate 1938. Which country is Margate? Can you remind me? I don't remember. So Alekhine versus Beck. Back is probably like this. And year was 1938. 38 in, not in Baden-Baden, but it's written market. So probably like this. Can you check, John Twitch? I don't know if it's back, it's correct, but I translate from Russian. But Alex, why why back? Why book? Book like book, yeah? Became back. I don't understand in Russian. Okay. Euro Einar. USA, okay? But market was right, correct? Okay, like this. Oh, sick. What I'm doing. All right, let's go. So d4 was played by Alekhine, d5, c4, and we know that e6 is a classical declined queen's gambit, but this is accepted queen's gambit. Knight f3. Another main line is e4 here, and it is very popular two directions, e5 or knight f6, e5, knight d5 in top level too. Margate, okay, Margate, understood. My English needs to be updated, surely. Margate, like this. Okay. So it's in England, right? Okay, South England. So it's not USA. So DC, knight f3 in this game he played. Knight f6, e3. After knight c3, black has choice c6 with the main Slav defense line, or also a6 they can play. That's why e3 played by Alekhine, the classical direction. e6, bishop c4, c5. Botvinnik also played like this with white. Knight with castle, knight c6, and queen e2. Yeah. The idea is that after cd, rook goes to d1, and we take back this pawn because e5 leads to pin here. So after queen e2, uh, back played a6. And he says that this plan to develop bishop in this position to b7, it's quite dubious. And he says that it's much more safe to take rook d1, bishop e7, ed, castle, and so on. So let's see, a6. And he says that this dubious plan he was used against much revenge against Ave, by the way. And Alekhine was used it with black, by the way. And probably after that he analyzed and understood that it is dubious. So my blank, my bad England. Knight Sheikh, Sheikh Alburi. Hello. b5 was played, bishop b3, and b4 played by back. And this allows white to create a beautiful combination here. Much more safe was or cd or bishop b7 here. Probably Alekhine would continue with dc, rook d1, e4, or rook d1 directly here. Rook d1. But after b4, probably back so that he will go knight e4, then he will exchange, and so on. But d5, very strong move by Alekhine. the beginning of complex combination with sacrifices. And he will sacrifice rook then. Knight a5 was played here. In case of ed, he wants to play knight d5 here. And after knight d5, rook d1, and then e4 is coming. So black cannot keep this knight alive. That's why he played knight a5. Wants to eliminate this bishop, also knight. Check on a4. This was his idea. Bishop goes to d7. He takes on e6 here. He takes f3 because bishop a4 leads to check on f7. Then we eliminate this bishop and pawn up. So only move is, if you want something, is f3 here. Rook d1. This was his idea, to play like that. And after bc, he sacrificed rook here. First he sacrificed knight, is now rook on d7. And this was the point of whole game of combination. So knight d7, knight e5. He uses this knight in corner, king stuck in central, this attacked with tempo, forcing rook a7 protect, and b3, a modest move to develop. So now the black's problem is that they have a lot of continuations and they need to choose one and good here. Probably it often happens in hard situations that your opponent or you cannot choose the right decision. And Beck played king e7 here, and it was far away from good decision, of course. Zava, what instead of 95 BC? Let me go back. After BC, probably DC he would take simply. This pawn is so strong here in this position. How you want to eliminate it? CB and bishop b2, so such a good development. Rook d1, rook c1, bishop e5, bishop e4. This will be very bad. So let's go back to the position. And what black could have here. And following variations will show how complex position was. For example, g6 with idea not allow queen h5, also bishop g7 here. Then queen f3 also was good, queen d3 here. And after king e7, e4 with idea bishop g5 here. And after knight f6, then queen f3 with strong attack. But queen f3 he is a main move with idea queen f7. Now king e7 is bad because of e4, and after knight e5 we give check on g5, only move king d6, and we give very important check here, and queen is lost. So after queen f3, queen e7 will be the move, and bishop a3 here. And for black, it's very hard to defend against rook d1 and bishop c5 ideas in this position. So this was after g6 continuation. Second option was queen b8 here, attacking this knight. But knight d7, rook takes on d7, then queen takes on e6, attacking the knight, attacking this pawn. Queen c7 will be only move, protecting here, but queen e6 check, king d8, and then e4, and this bishop will join to the attack. Yeah, there is a two threats, bishop a4, bishop g5. Black cannot probably save this position because rook d6 is not possible to have mate. In case of rook d7, bishop g5, then rook d1 is coming with mate. Third option, bishop d6 probably was the best, or bishop e7 here. But after bishop d6, queen h5, we see that king cannot move because of a mate. So g6, knight g6, hg, queen h8, and bishop f8. So that's why bishop e7 and bishop d6 is equally strong. And e4 here. And in this position, white has 2 pawns for knight and also attack. So very, very nice compensation. Headshot Roman, hello, how are you doing? But king e7 was played instead. Very ugly move. And e4, strong move. And we see that threat is knight d7, rook d7, and then bishop g5 check, and we eliminate this queen. Same will be after knight e5, bishop g5. That's why he played knight f6 to try to close this diagonal, but bishop g5 anyway, with a pin. And threat is queen h5 because we want to play queen f7, and queen e8 we cannot play because this bishop is controlling this square. We see that this knight is completely cut off from the action. He cannot support play in defense. Queen c7 was played by um, Beck, attacking this knight, and bishop f4 by Alekhine. He wants to play some knight g6 ideas. Queen b6 was played by opponent. In case of king d8 here, he wanted to play knight c6 check, and black is losing because after queen c6, bishop c6, knight c6, there will be very unpleasant check here. Because rook d7 bet we exchange and then take on a6, and after knight d7 there would be e5 with a strong attack. Queen e4 is a threat, queen c4, queen g4, and so on. Or if they would take with knight on c6 and bishop c7, rook, no, king takes to c7, then e5, knight d7, then f4, protecting this important pawn. Then queen e4, rook d1, also with very strong attack. Black cannot coordinate the pieces, that's the problem. And queen b6 played. Yeah, he said, Alekhine said that often um, uh, uh, big players, like big masters of the game, they cannot finish games in style because opponents not allowed to do it, or with strong play or just with bad play. In this position, he was expecting the natural move queen b7, which attacks also this pawn. And he had in mind to finish in style after queen e3, attacking this pawn here. Knight e4 loses immediately because of check, and king d6 is rook d1, king e5 is a mate here, and after knight g5 here, uh, yeah, simply queen g5 and rook d1. So obviously knight e4 would be bad. That's why king d8. Then he wanted to give check on d3, king c8 in this position, rook b1 attacking this queen, and after queen e4 attacking here, knight f7, beautiful move here. This is how he wanted to win this game. And they don't have defense against this mate and this mate. Queen d3 leads to mate. All white pieces are participating here. Look at this. Unfortunately, Beck did not allow to do it, and he plays queen b6 in this position. Now the finish will be quick, but not so beautiful, he said. So rook d1 he played, controlling d file. G6 was played. Then bishop g5, strong move, pinning the knight. Knight d7 is a threat. Also knight g4 and e5 is a threat. Such a beautiful game. Bishop g7 was played. Knight d7, attacking queen, attacking this knight. Back sacrifice the rook. Check on d7. King f8. Bishop takes on f6. Bishop takes on f6 and e5. And in this position, black resign because there is no any defense. This knight did not make any single move after he played knight a5. Bishop attacked. Check gives nothing after rook d1. If he goes here we just give check, king e8, and then we have this discovery check and winning. Yeah, this was a cool game. Zwerg, how are you? Yeah, c4 square was very important. Yeah. Let's see how Alekhine played against Catalan. I mean, with Catalan system. In modern chess, we know that Vladimir Kramnik was one of the biggest experts in Catalan. He won very much beautiful games. Yeah, yeah, coordination of pieces, very important. So next game was played in Prague 1942. It means he was 50 years old in this year, 1942. Alekhine with white against Junge. John Twitch, I will need your support probably just after I just don't have any idea how to write Junge. Probably like this. Junge, maybe like that. And it was played in Prague. Check like this. Junge, maybe like this. I don't know. Klaus Junge, yeah. Thank you, James. Uh, thank you, John Twitch. So, okay, like this. Let's go. What happened here? T4 was played by Alekhine. D5, C4, E6. Previous game was DC. Knight F3, Knight F6. In that days, usually people was playing Knight C3 or like Rook Bishop, Bishop G5, but G3 all suddenly Alekhine played. And this is well-known Catalan system. Check on A4. It's not necessary immediately to regain this. Bishop G2 is also possible. So check on E4, Knight D7. Yeah, there was still running some tournaments. Bishop G2. Mostly they was playing just for fun, like very little prizes, or maybe just winner could take some food, some bread, some cheese, and this stuff. A6 was played. Queen C4, B5, Queen C6. He wants to force rook goes to B8 because in future he wants to open this A file and controlling. ZZ Chess, hello, how often do you do puzzle solving streams usually? Puzzle solving on Lichess or Chess.com or in general? Time by time, yeah, depends. Depends of mood. Today I'm in mood of Alekhine games. So rook b8 was played, castle, bishop b7, queen goes to c2, c5 played by Junge. Blake's game play looks logical. a4 by Alekhine. This was his idea. When rook on a8, it controls this file. In general, I guess your calculations don't depend on the platform. So Alekhine plays to open files in this game as well. Yeah, it will be very beautiful idea a little bit later. Bishop f3 was played by Junge, and it was wrong to give this bishop for this pawn, right? It was very strong bishop. I guess normal continuation would be this modest bishop e7 maybe here, but he gives bishop f3, bishop f3, takes on d4. Alekhine takes on b5 and rook d1, attacking this pawn. And he wanted after e5 open position with e3 here, blow up the center, and then bishops became very strong. For example, this position, the knight c3, very strong pressure. But Junge played queen b6, so he's want to keep this pawn alive. Knight d2 by Alekhine. He wants to bring this knight here, I guess. e5 played. 2.5 files, yeah. Yeah, Junge understood the Alekhine game, and he plays e5 when Alekhine don't have e3 move here. But anyway, it was better don't do it and play bishop c5 and develop. So e5, knight b3 was played, knight c5. No, again was a threat e3, and this is attacked here. But probably he should just give back this pawn with develop bishop e7, e3, castle ed, and white has some advantage, but nothing serious. Thank you for uh, following MTI MT Nelson. Hello, 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 my friend. Do I know you? I believe there is a small book about Junge. He was playing very risky chess. Maybe I did not see that book. Aha, we know each other if you're smiling, right? And Zwerg, I have noticed that when my opponent controls all open files, just all, right? uh, I I tend to lose. So it's like when he takes open files, you just resign. Don't suffer. It's called Dancing on the Edge of Volcano. Interesting. Maybe I can find that book and then we can stream it. We can watch it in the next stream. What do you think? If it's crazy chess, maybe it would be fun. So we understood that bishop e7 was a good continuation here with castle, but knight c5 played again. So he desperately wants to keep pawn up, but he is behind of development. So knight c5 was played, bishop c5, and what? Yeah, the point was that after queen c5 would be very unpleasant queen f5 move here with threats bishop 6 take, then check and take, and also e3. For example, after bishop e7, e3 would be very unpleasant move here. But still, maybe he could play like that because this is not threat, and after e3 just castle here. Why it's so terrible? ed, we have. I don't see something really terrible here. Maybe b4 is better because if you take queen e5, what about queen c7? Maybe it's actually not so bad. After bishop e7, e3 is in castle. Yeah, maybe actually he made mistake not with knight c5, but with bishop c5 he made mistake. And with bishop c5 he stopped his e3. What was Alekhine's idea? Ah, you mean this? After queen c5, queen e5, bishop e7, bishop g5 with idea castle. Saying he want to take bishop e4. Yeah, g6 is hangs. Yeah, this is good idea. But uh, what if after bishop g5 I will kick you out with g6 move? Where this queen goes? h3 or what? I don't believe this. g6 is good move. Yeah, white has some compensation, but it's not clear if they have some solid advantage here. Definitely queen c5 was good move. All right, so bishop c5, Rook a6, double exclamation mark. This was Alekhine's refutation here. Memo chess, thank you for following. Welcome. Look at this rook a6 move. And the point that black has to accept it because queen 7 leads to immediate loss after rook 6. And now after this, king will stuck in the center. Queen e6 was played by Junge. Knight d7 was not better because of bishop 6, very unpleasant pin. Queen e5 is a threat. And after f6, then queen d6 here. And bishop d7 is winning the queen, the idea. And no defense. In case of rook c8, here would be queen e5, king d8, and bishop d7, and black is collapsing completely. That's why queen e6 was played. Check on c6, knight d7. And fine analyzed that after king d8, he gives such variations. f4 move here. He wants to break this center and then take on d4. And after queen e7 in this position, why not rook c8 by the way? And, maybe queen b6 check. And what then? What if the rook c8? Yes. So he gives these variations. Queen e7, I will show you now. Queen c2, rook c8, fe, queen e5, then bishop f4. And white is winning here. But Alekhine says instead of this strange move, rook c8, of course, a good move. Yeah, same question what I had. And this gives much more chances to survive here. After queen b6, there is rook c7, obviously. And after king d8, f4 is not correct direction. The good move would be bishop d2 in this position to bring this bishop in the game after through a5. Very strong threat here. And after b4, then give check on a5, king c8, and then rook c1. And we see that there will be some terrible, nasty discovery checks. In case of king e7, white has a pleasant choice here. Or go for this kind of position, when material is equal and they have free attack. Or go to queen c7 check, knight goes to d7, then he takes on d7, then takes on e5 here. And after queen e6 takes on g7, also quite dubious for black. This pawn will fall down, bishop g5 is coming, yeah, will be winning probably. But maybe his opponent felt that after king d8, maybe he sees this move, that's why he played knight d7 here. And Alekhine take on d7. In this position, using that queen d7 not possible, do queen e5 check, and then we eliminate this rook. So only move king d7 in this position, and then white give check on a7. This was the idea. Matares 2006, thank you for following. Look at this very unpleasant check here. King c6 was played. And here's the variations. In case of king c8, here's two options, bishop g5 or bishop d2 with either rook c1. But much stronger was king d6 here instead of king 6 what he played. And in case of bishop f4, with either rook d4, ef, rook d4 check, then king c6, rook d1, and rook h8. It leads only to draw after rook c1, rook d1 repetition. But instead of bishop d2 or bishop f4 here, f4 was much stronger. And after f6, try to keep the center alive, take on e5, take on e5, and then bishop f4. And in case of ef, check on d4 with queen, using that there is no more pawn on f7, and after king e7 we have this check. This is a huge difference. And it was giving chances for white to win, For example, king c6, only move, rook c1 check, king b7, and then queen check, king a8 leads to mate in 2, rook a1. So only move is king b6, no, king a6 here, then rook a1, king b6, then queen a7 check, and then rook e6, we take this queen. But why? Ah, yes, king b6 is just mate in 3 moves after check, check, and mate on a2. Yeah, this was very cool variations here. Poor Junge, but he played, what the hell? He played king c6 directly here, and bishop d2 strong move. Да, бегла, слышу, иду скоро. So bishop opens square for the rook. Also bishop can come to these squares. Rook h c8 was played here. Other moves are losing even faster. So, and in this position, not check, not nothing, just e4, very strong move in this position. Look at this move, controlling this important square, because after rook c1, the king could escape here. So maybe Junge missed this move actually. And now threat is rook c1, king d6, and bishop b4 with mating. So queen b3 was played by Junge, and he wanted to escape after check, king d6, king e6 here. But new surprise, rook a1 strong move with either rook a6 here. A beautiful move. Yeah, and also this game was played in the last round of this tournament. And to catch up and share first prize, Alekhine should win this game. So he win this game. b4 was played because rook b6 was not helping here. 2 of check and take here. In case of king d6, then check on a6, rook 6, and we take this rook. That's why he played bishop. He played after rook e1 b4. Why not d? You mean in this position? Why not d here? D looks very risky. I take with bishop, I guess. And then queen c5, queen b5. How you defend these threats? This king, look at this. Wins are from every hole here. No, there is no defense. Yeah, queen c5, queen b5, destroy position. Completely lost. So queen b3, rook a1. He played b4, try to close this diagonal, also open this square. But after check on a6, king b5, he give check on a5. King goes to c6, because king c4 leads to mate in 2 after check, and then mate on b5. So only move king c6. Then he give check on c5, king d7, give check on a7, and Junge resigned because there is a mate after king e8 or king e8. King e6, there is a mate in 1, queen e7. Okay, guys, I will make some break. Break it's needed. Probably we will finish on this today stream of about Alekhine. Maybe I will stream something else a little bit later. For now, I guess I will do raid. Memo chess. I was in youth and childhood. I was working on chess really a lot because I loved it very much. Like sometimes 10 hours per day, maybe even broke the night. All right. 1 second, guys. Let me rate. Thank you. Appreciate your support, guys. Let me go and Idu Beglar. Baz is calling, insisting to come. Uno momento, por favor. Let me find out whom I have to rate. Not have to, but I wish to wait. Ah, Ruches is streaming, by the way. Of course, Ruches we were gonna wait. One second, guys, don't go. Let's support this young Indian woman international master. What a bloody hell, it's not does anything. Wait. Chess 27. Hope I did it correctly. Alright, guys. See you probably later or maybe tomorrow. Let's see. Bye bye for now.